For Colgate, like your smiles are very, very beautiful. All right, welcome to the Student Entrepreneurship Week. My name is Maganse Mereki, a lecturer for economics, the College of Economic and Management Sciences. So today, this week, it's called the Student Entrepreneurship Week, where the entire week, different universities, they celebrate entrepreneurs across. So you know that if you are an entrepreneur, you might not have a viable business, a tangible business, but you know in your heart that you know what, you want to start something. Know that this week is intended for you. We are creating awareness, especially for young people. We all know that the unemployment in this country is very high, you know. in order for you not to fall trap of that, this is entrepreneurship is one way that start being an entrepreneur at student level. Start something. It doesn't matter what it is. Resell perfumes, make candles, resell them. Plus, now we are in the era of the house smelling nice. We are in the era of Wanyana Ole, things that are looking proper. See what is in the market. See what people want. Just look at the gap. TikTok is there. TikTok is like fast news for us. In the olden days, our parents used to read the actual newspaper. But now, a lot of young people, I'm actually looking at the students there, our student from TUT. The young people, look at what is needed. Now, there's facials routine. I'm giving you ideas, ne? I'm giving you ideas. If you check facials, people will say, oh, I wash my face like this and this and this. Try to find the gap in the market. How can I enter this? Or the other one, I have a hairline problem. Try to find a gap. How do I solve a hairline problem? The other one, things that are trending now. People are always complaining about their weight gain. How can you come and solve that? Always look at a problem and how you're going to solve that problem. Research. So the reason why we celebrate entrepreneurs, the reason why we want to give you your flowers is because entrepreneurs, they play a big role in the economy, and they drive the economic growth. They build resilient communities. For example, we all know the story of Batu, the shoe, right? Yes, Theo Baloy started very small. Started in the garage, started very, very small. And if you follow the story, you understand that he had to go to he sold his shoes to the nurses, to the school, because nurses and doctors are always on their feet. What did he do there? He identified a market, a problem. He wanted a shoe that will be sustainable throughout the whole day, that will be comfortable to the nurses. And we know nurses, because they're always up and down. The shoe was sold by what? By the patients. Now you get attention, they get to see it. That's like free marketing as well. So when you think about the business, you want to do perfumes, you want to do this and this and that, always identify a problem. Don't just say, oh, I want to sell water because everyone to sell it. I want to sell nano screen protector because everyone wants to sell it. Know why you want to do it, research it, and go for it. Right. Now, I am going on our program. It shows that we are supposed to have our Dean, Dr. Masachaba, but unfortunately she could not be with us today. So I am going to call Dr. Ntabelong Mako, who is a senior lecturer from the Department of Applied Management, the School of Public and Operations Management. Can we please give Dr. Mako a very beautiful round of applause?
Good morning. Thank you, Makhanzo, your energy. I love your energy. As she has already informed, unfortunately, Dr. Maschaba could not join us today due to prior engagements. But good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, students, and our aspiring entrepreneurs. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this year's Student Entrepreneurship Week, an event that brings together passionate, young, and aims to foster innovation and entrepreneurial excellence, not just at Unisa, but throughout South Africa. As the College of Economic and Management Sciences, we are proud to host this initiative, which aligns with Unisa's mission, which is being in service of humanity. This year, we gather under the powerful theme of Educators for Entrepreneurship. In 2024, entrepreneurship development in higher education, alongside 26 public universities in South Africa, have a clear objective to address the gap in teaching on entrepreneurship by focusing on us educators. By equipping us educators with entrepreneurial competencies, We aim to embed entrepreneurship into the core curriculum that will service you, our students. In today's session, we will explore how educators can inspire students to think creatively, act boldly, and contribute meaningfully to society. Our goal is not only to prepare you for the job market, but to think how you can create a market for the jobs. The network of creative networks that we are building today are vital in fostering an entrepreneurial mindset that will serve as the foundation of a more prosperous and innovative South Africa. It is my privilege to acknowledge and introduce our esteemed speaker, Mr. Rob Yates of Entrepreneur, a visionary leader in entrepreneurship. Mr. Yates has demonstrated time and time again that entrepreneurship can be more than just a pursuit of profit. It can be a calling to serve humanity and create lasting value. His journey, insights, and experience as an African entrepreneur will undoubtedly inspire not just me, but those who join us online. We are truly honored to have you, Rob, share your perspective on how entrepreneurship can drive not only personal success, but also societal transformation. I would also like to extend my gratitude to our panelists for today's discussion. We are fortunate to have in our midst today Dr. Naledi Gallant, who is the Managing Director of Daliso Holdings, Mr. Sontan Ngobo, Managing Director of Skanda Consulting and Projects, Mr. Tisetso Maluma of Bula Buka Publishing, as well as Ms. Rea Dire of Eden Vine. Their collective experience in building and growing their businesses will provide valuable insights for our students, as well as you, our attendees. I would also like to recognize our very talented student entrepreneurs, Ms. Hope Maitpeto and Katlego Mogopodi, who will showcase their ventures and hopefully have you take away something from there. We are excited to hear about your entrepreneurial journeys. I never get tired of hearing your stories time and time again. I would also like to thank our energetic, fun facilitator who will guide us through today's events and ensure that we engage in thought-provoking discussions and meaningful exchanges. To all our attendees and participants, thank you for your time and commitment and making this event a success. As we embark on this journey together, remember that entrepreneurship is not about starting a business. It's about solving problems, as Makhanse has said, finding new ways to add value, and pushing the boundaries of what is possible. It is the mindset that will empower our students to shape a future that they want and that they can contribute to, and personal success that will progress society. Once Student Entrepreneurship Week 2024, I am confident in today's discussions, and I look forward to engaging with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ntabi, for welcoming everybody. And yes, now I'm going to welcome to the stage our keynote address, Mr. Rob Yates. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Rob, ne, hi, chef. You know, when you go to the restaurant and then you buy ice cream, ne? And then they put that cherry. Have you seen how good it looks? Yes, the presentation of it. So now, you are very important today that we have Mr. Rob. Listen, okay? Mr. Rob has over 20 years of experience in unparalleled elite performance coaching. His clientele, people that he has done the coaching with, they include Olympic medalist, Fortune 500 CEO. Did you get that? You didn't. Fortune 500 CEOs, A-listers, celebrities. You know, he delivers results that are nothing short of extraordinary. Extraordinary. You know, Mr. Rob's coaching style is not only intended on short-term goals. You know, sometimes when you need a coach, you're like, maybe I want to focus on this, fix this quickly. But with him, he also look at the long term. That, okay, I understand you say you want to be here, but in the long term, where do you see yourself? You know, I think that's why he has so much experience, and also his clientele is so big. I can imagine, Mr. Rob, it's not easy to coach CEOs because they don't have time. They are busy, they are in and out. But for the fact that you've been in this industry for 20 years, it means Mr. Rob is the cherry on top. He knows his story. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's give an energetic warm welcome to Mr. Rob.
Thank you so much. It's a privilege to be here today, and you can hear from my accent, my talk's about I am an African entrepreneur, but you can hear I'm not from Africa originally. So I just wanted to talk to that quickly. I've lived in South Africa now for longer than I've lived anywhere else on planet Earth. I built a business when I was quite young, and it got quite big, and then the business almost cost me my marriage. And I had to make a decision, the business or the wife. Well, the wife's South African, and I sold the business and moved to South Africa. So I want to talk today to you all, though, about maybe what it means to be an African. I live in Hogsback in the Eastern Cape, up in the mountains, 1,800 meters above sea level. And every day I drive my little girl to school. She goes down to Alice, if anybody knows the Eastern Cape, and I drive down the Tumi Valley. And every day I see hundreds of African entrepreneurs. They're not what you think they look like. There's the lady selling millie on the side of the road. There's the guy who's busy washing all the taxis for the taxi drivers because they're too lazy to do it for themselves. There's Tembello who works for me, who's busy moving his cattle around first thing in the morning and last thing at night. I'm a firm believer that to be African is to be an entrepreneur. We have these disjointed versions of what entrepreneurs could be and should be. We think Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg and Steve Jobs, and the list just goes on. But I want you to look around the room because you're here. You're here. I firmly believe that when Thabo Mbeki spoke in 2011 and he gave his famous I Am an African talk, remember that? And he went through the beautiful poem and finished off Africa will prosper. And he defined what to be an African is. The bit he missed was to be an African is to be an entrepreneur. There's more entrepreneurs in Africa than any other continent on planet Earth, and we just fail to recognize it because we think it's a corner office and it's a tie. But you've all got relatives who are entrepreneurs, right? They solve problems for people at a profit. Maybe that's out of necessity because they can't find a job. Maybe that's out of just the location they live in, where there just isn't jobs. They create the job for themselves. But I think all too often we try and look up when actually we should look down, or look to our left and look to our right. You know, the respect I have for the people who live down the valley from Hogsback is ginormous as I see their work ethic. I see what they do. And I just wish one day they could have the opportunity that many of you have got to come and actually learn to take that hustle that they're doing and turn it into something much bigger. And so that's what I want to play with this morning, is to be a South African. It's in the DNA. Let's not run away from it. Let's not chase all of these other things that we think are out there. The way to turn around the South African economy, in my opinion, is through entrepreneurship. I was saying to Prof earlier, just 20 minutes or so ago, if the government and the corporates were going to do it, we'd have an evidence base to suggest that they're doing it. And if you go and look at the evidence base, it ain't that good. If they were going to do it, they already would have done. There would be evidence to suggest that we're heading in a good direction, and the fact is we're not. But that's such a wonderful opportunity, because entrepreneurs find the problems and then they come up with solutions. The problem is the economy isn't going where we want it to. Great. That's the entrepreneurial opportunity. Let's turn it around. Let's become a nation of net exporting as opposed to net importing. Let's do that. And if you look in your palm of your hands right here, right now, every single one of you, regardless of what your job is, has the ability to do that. Sure, your venture might not end up being a Facebook size, but every small entrepreneurial venture feeds a food chain, right? Beyond just feeding families. And that food chain coming together, maybe there's a whole bunch of suppliers in this room who go and set up businesses that allow somebody to produce something that's proudly South African, and then we can stick it on these containers, send it to America and sell it in dollars. Wouldn't that be cool? So there's so many questions that I want to play with this morning. I woke up at 4 o'clock this morning. I've delivered this talk a whole bunch of times, and I kind of pressed delete in Canva and started again. So I'm not really too sure where it's going to go to. But some of the questions I want to wrestle with this morning with you is, can entrepreneurship be taught? Can it be developed? Right? If it can, how? And if you are an entrepreneur, how do you develop yourself? What is really important and what is just smoke and mirrors? And trust me, in this space of business, there is more smoke and mirrors than actual fact. So we're going to have a play with these questions, but if I was to take some advice from somebody, I kind of want to know who they are. So a little bit about me. There's some data on the screen here, but I love what I do. Almost 21 years ago to the month, I set up my first business. It was in the adventure sports world. Why? Because I was really good in the adventure sports world, and people said to me, can we pay you money to go and do that cool thing you do? And you take us and stop us dying. I thought, this is a great idea. It's a great idea. I get to do what I love, and you want to pay me money for it. Now, the truth of the matter is I completely stuffed it up. That's the complete and utter truth for the first few years. And then I was lucky enough to bump into a guy who was a customer of mine who said, you have no idea what you're doing, do you? And I was like, none. Sorry, none. He said, here's some ideas for you. And at that point in time, I was desperate. In my first business, the adventure sports world, if you haven't been to the UK, you know the weather sucks. Right, just as a starting point. It's mildly okay for the summer months for 36 minutes, and then the rest of the year is horrible and nobody wants to go in the outdoors. And so my first 2 winters, I spent laboring on a building site just to keep the business going. Evenings and weekends were spent trying to do marketing and sales badly. Daytimes, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., I carried bags of cement, I carried bricks, I dug holes in the pouring rain, day in, day out, just to go and put food on the table, pay the bills, carry my responsibilities. And that is a lot of entrepreneurs' journey, right? It's actually the thing that's often needed. Thank you. I hate lecterns, so I just like to wander, I told him. And that's often what's needed, right? Is to do the thing you need to do to put money in your bank account to give you the thing that allows you to go and do the thing you want to do. We've got these wonderful, glamorous ideas of entrepreneurship. I've got a very large, fast-growing South African software firm that I'm coaching at the moment. And they're struggling. And I said, have you looked at the stories of the other big software firms around the country, around the world? You all know what those are, from PayPal to Microsoft to Amazon. I said, all of those stories have the same pattern. 18-hour working days, sleeping under your desk. Right? It all has the same pattern. We'd be crazy to think we can build a business and avoid the patterns of the successful. We might not like the idea of sleeping under our desk, and I'm not an advocate for it, to be honest. The reality is, all of those big firms that we know have the same stories. And so you can know whether you're on the right track as an entrepreneur or not. Am I replicating the story? Question mark. Or do I just like the idea of entrepreneurship? Because it's really cool and trendy, right? We can all say we're an entrepreneur and look like an entrepreneur, but the difference between that and being an entrepreneur, that's a poles apart. So I built my business, I sold it, I tried retiring age 36. That sucks. Don't do that. If you build a big business, don't retire age 36. It's the world's most boring thing. And people started asking me for more and more and more and more and more advice. And here we are today. I'm blessed to see about 1,200 entrepreneurs a week around the world. This week, with people on YouTube, maybe a lot more. And so what I want to share with you today is what I find works to develop entrepreneurs. My evidence base for this is just over 50,000 entrepreneurs supported in the past 20 years. So I don't come from this from an academic background. I may even say some things that will ruffle a few feathers. I apologize if I do. I might kill a few sacred cows and goats and sheep and anything else. But what I do want to share with you is the truth. Right? I do want to share the truth because I think it's important. So let's go and just keep one sacred cow healthy. Can you teach and develop entrepreneurship? Empirically, yes, I've been doing it for 20 years. Right? So it isn't a question about this, it's in our DNA and we just kind of feel our way organically. We can teach and develop entrepreneurship. There's no doubt at all about that. There is, however, some challenges in that, especially for academic institutions. And I'm going to talk to those in a bit. It's very possible. It's just, and if you do lecture in entrepreneurship, you can, in a university setting, you can find yourself as the ugly duckling. The stuff that everybody else in academia wants to celebrate, we don't. We celebrate different stuff in entrepreneurship, and we should do. But that means, obviously, there's some friction on occasions. So here's a few things that I've found out over my 14 years or so in South Africa. 99% of ventures will turn over, entrepreneurial ventures will turn over less than R1 million. That's registered PTY limited companies in a year. That's not in the first year. That's like maybe in year 5. Right? We should know that because it's important. And here's the thing, is it doesn't mean to say you failed if that's your truth. It doesn't mean to say you failed. In fact, maybe as we develop as entrepreneurs, learning how to fail is maybe a really, really valuable lesson. You saw on the previous slide, I've had 6.5 successful businesses in my timeline. What I didn't pop up is the slide that says 37, which is the 37 abject failures that I've had in entrepreneurship. But none of them were failures. You know, knowing what not to do is as important as knowing what to do. We all have great ideas in our head. Going and testing them and crash testing them and just proving yourself right or wrong is really important. Right? Really, really, really important. What I've learned is that the entrepreneurial venture may look good on paper, but it's got to suit you as a human being. If you haven't played with a Myers-Briggs assessment of yourself online, go do it. Right? Go do it. If you're an introvert at the end of it, please don't go and have a career as like public speaking or something like that, because you'll find it really hard. But maybe something in a more data-driven, more introverted basis will work really, really well for you. Every venture that I've been successful at, and it says 6.5, and I'll tell you about the 0.5 in a second, has had a certain unique feeling to me that matches who I am as a human being. Google spreadsheets and Excel have led me to failure more times. If I look at those 37, probably 34 was because I built the business on a spreadsheet. I didn't build it on what was right for me as the entrepreneur. Because if you're going to sleep under your desk, you better really love what it is that you're doing when you're waking up. Right? You better adore it. For South Africa, the next bit of statistic I've got is a fraction of us build businesses that export more than R1 million a year. That's my evidence base. Fraction. And so if we're going to go and turn the ship, we've got to go and play with these last two numbers. Right? How do we help more ventures do more than 99% of ventures do more than R1 million in a year? Number one. And do it consistently. And secondly, how do we change that number that I can see in front just there? How do you change that? Because that's how you turn the ship around. That one metric in and of itself. A nation, if you think about your own bank balance, right? If you just swirl money around in your own bank balance, your bank balance doesn't get any bigger. And ultimately, then you go and spend money and it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. And a country that net imports has exactly that impact on its bank balance. You just reduce the bank balance lower and lower and lower and lower and lower. You can't tax your way out of it. It's impossible. Same bank balance. And so really what's needed is foreign currency coming in on what we sell. We're in such a wonderful position here in South Africa, a highly educated population. Right? Our logistics are some of the best on the continent. There's not as much red tape here as in the rest of the world. Some of you will go about that, but it's true. Right? Imagine living in the UK building a business where the UK equivalent of SARS is in your bank account 24/7 watching every transaction. I've never yet found a founder who hasn't been swirling money around in their business bank account to make ends meet at the end of the month and duck this and dive that and claim this as a dodgy expense and so on and so forth just to pull it off. We're blessed by our lack of regulation and enforcement of regulation. It is the entrepreneurial opportunity. The same is true in America. We think it's the land of everything. The IRS, their version of SARS, is in your bank accounts 24/7 looking at it. You don't have a bandwidth to move in. Here we've got a bandwidth. So let's use it as an opportunity. One of the key questions I ask people when they say, oh, this, that, and the other, and they kind of have a, why has this happened to me, right? Why are the politicians corrupt? Why is the power not on? Why? And I'm like, stop. Change why for how. How has this happened for me? How is this a blessing? How is this a gift? How? If you make that one shift today in your world, you will change your world going forwards no matter what it is. Right? Why are my kids naughty? I've got 2 kids. Yes. Why are my kids naughty? How is my kids being naughty a gift to me as a parent? Some of you are parents at me, and the eye contact in here is like, that hurts your heads. But it works. So let's talk about turning this ship around. I want to go through my 3 secrets for entrepreneurial development today. I don't know if you can read that or not, but the first one is about the biggest difference that makes the difference. We're going to go play with that. We're also then going to go play with how to teach what matters in 5 years' time, not what mattered 10 years ago. right? How to cover that. And then the elephant in the room, in the entrepreneurial room, that we all need to speak about more often. So let's go play, shall we? Now, I'm going to take some questions at the end. The mark of intelligence is the ability to ask articulate questions and learn from the answers. It's not in the knowledge you acquire. So I want you to come up with some great questions for me. Yes, I have a size 10 foot. I'm on my second marriage. I'm a Christian. You can ask me anything you like, right? But come up with some questions that will make a difference for your world, for you, towards the end. So the biggest difference that makes the difference is accepting this. The only problem that entrepreneurs face are people problems. They do not face any other problem. You might think you do. Oh, the technology doesn't work. Who coded it in the first place, and who's going to fix it? The technology not working is a people problem, right? Going forwards, every problem you face will be a people problem. While there are people doing business and people buying from businesses, everything is people problems. I don't have enough money. Well, you need more customers. They've got the money, right? I can't charge enough for my service. You haven't articulated value to the customer well enough to make them want to buy your service or your product. Everything is a people problem. And if you could just learn to understand people to a deeper level, and we're going to jump into it in a while, you will find that every problem starts to solve itself. And so let's start by understanding some people. Here's a few of my current clients. Ranging from CEOs of a software firm that we've raised R500 million in the past 12 months, to a gym owner, to a guy in the top right-hand corner there who booked a session with me in December and said, I've just set up my business. I said, that's nice. He said, I've got some problems. He said, what's that? He said, I've got 8,000 Rand and I've got to pay my bills in 15 days' time. I was like, that's not so nice. The guy at the top right-hand corner in September's just had his first R500,000 profit month in 9 months. To the guys in the top left there, you might recognize Tabiso Kambule as a Jacaranda DJ. It's one of my clients, and Marcius Van up there in the top left, who's a TikTok influencer, right? All of these folks are South Africans building businesses today, and they all have a series of things in common. They really want to break it. I don't mean break it high. They want to go, coffee table, interesting. I'm going to break it and see if I can make it better. Because that is the pursuit of entrepreneurship. The solutions to most problems are already present. Right? So if that's true, we're going to have to go and break some current solutions to come up with something else and something new. We're going to have to come and take it apart and come up with our version of it and do so on and so forth. And what that requires is curiosity, creativity, resilience. And so do we really know who the entrepreneur needs to be if we're going to educate them? Because they don't fit the usual mold. They don't fit the usual mold, right? They will be the person, and I can guarantee this, the successful entrepreneur is the person who sits in a class and challenges the lecturer on everything they say. Because they don't want it to be true, because they want to create something better. Right? That challenges us as educators, because we're not used to that level of challenge. My degree is in education. I can imagine nothing worse than having a classroom of kids going, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong, the book's wrong. And did you look about when it was written? I was like, no. And some smart ass goes to the front of the book and they open it up and it says written in 1999, first published 2004. Do you know that's 20 years out of date? But in entrepreneurship, that's the mark of success. So often we frown at the thing we need to celebrate when we educate entrepreneurs. And the people who develop entrepreneurs, well, you as people matter more than what you teach. Right? The what we teach really isn't that relevant. Who we are as human beings is very, very relevant. Because ultimately, entrepreneurs do really well with follow me. The challenge for us full-time people who educate, and I'll put myself in that bucket as well, I run 4 other businesses on the side that have independent co-founders in addition to Kingdompreneur. Why? Because I've got to go and put into practice what it is I preach. I don't have to succeed at it, but I have to put it into practice. I have to do that, right? Why would you go to church, listen to the pastor, wander out of church, think, oh, that was good, and then you see him blind drunk in the pub 3 hours later, right? Snorting lines of cocaine. You're not going to go back the following Sunday and go, hey, I respect you. You can do it. Yeah, you're a godly man. You're not going to do it. And so the challenge is, how do we demonstrate our entrepreneurial knowledge in practice as educators so that we can deploy follow me? What's our side hustles? Maybe that's consulting or coaching in your spare time in the entrepreneurship field, in your holidays or whatever else. Maybe it's buying a couple of Airbnb properties. But follow me, it kind of doesn't matter what you teach them after that, right? Because people pick up on the energy of follow me. Come with me, we're going on a journey. I'm going to stuff it up with you as well. Let's go and see if this theory actually works in practice. And we all know that the difference between theory and practice may as well be the North and the South Pole on occasions, especially in business. I mean, hands up, who's had a business idea and you've tried to sell it to a bunch of people and people are like, well, yeah, I've done it. We've all been there. And on paper, it looks wonderful. Somebody even told us it looked wonderful. And then we try and sell it and people are like, I'm not giving you my cash for that. So follow me is the thing. Entrepreneurial credibility for educators is in what you do, not what you know. Right? The one thing I hold myself accountable is I never make a suggestion to a client unless I've done it myself and can do it myself, or if we conceptualize it together, I'm willing to put it into practice in one of my businesses. If it doesn't meet one of those 3 criteria, I won't do it. I won't suggest it. Entrepreneurs, we've said this, but they learn best from role models who are there now, right? They're doing it now. And then, of course, the elephant in the room, there is a need for professionals to develop entrepreneurship. But the core of entrepreneurship is creativity. And so my challenge for you, if you are an educator, is how am I going to square this circle for me? In neurolinguistic programming, we talk about congruence. Congruence is just like believability. How am I going to ensure that I'm congruent? Right? Now that's the academic versus university versus everything else clash, isn't it? It's the clash. In traditional education, but actually I'm going to change my thought on this really quickly. Doctors who teach medicine also do medicine as a doctor in a hospital at the same time. Right? So I was about to say this hasn't been done, but there's a precedent for it. Nurses who teach nursing are active nurses at the same time. So there's already a precedent for it, so let's just go join them. Let's find our way. Have you ever looked in a university textbook? I mentioned it a second ago. Go look at the printed date or the written date. Flick back to the start. And you probably notice that it's a knowledge base that's quite a few years old. There's also another challenge. Every piece of information you probably could ever want to teach an entrepreneur is available free of charge in abundance on YouTube at world-class quality. Has anybody heard of Alex Hormozy? Please, somebody put a hand up if you... well, good. There's a person. Anybody else? Okay, if you haven't heard of Alex Hormozy, you need to hear of Alex Hormozy. I mean, that would be a thing. He's pushing out world-class business development information to get businesses, and his objective is help you make $10 million before you need to spend any money on business development. And he's going to give you everything for free. It's on YouTube. He's got books and PDFs that you can download for nothing, courses that you can do for nothing. And the best thing is, he sold his last business for $86 million, and everything he does is teaches you how he did it. Right? So we need to think about what's going to be relevant in 5 years' time, thinking about actually the traditional knowledge we teach doesn't have very much value in some respects. And if it does, we could easily be contradicted by a legitimate Alex Hormozy scale expert in the next 36 seconds. Right? So what is it that we should teach? What is it that matters in 10 years' time? What is it that comes out of the books? Now, in my opinion, there is only 6, maybe 7 entrepreneurial books that you should read. And if you actually read them and just execute on what's in each book, you won't need to read any more. Somebody can ask me about that later, but there is only 6 or 7. I'll leave you hanging, because somebody's like, Rob, what's your reading list? I can see it. Just back there. Just back there. What's your reading list? You can ask later. I'll keep you just there for a while. But 6 or 7 books. But really, what is it that needs to be learnt? Do you remember that figure I told you about? Oh, gosh. 12 days ago, maybe 13 days ago, I can't remember, 2 Fridays ago, 14 days ago, sat at my desk in my office in the Eastern Cape, meeting lined up with the CEO of a very large firm here in South Africa. It's the 6th meeting. A week before that, I've met with the chairman of the board of this business, and the chairman of the board's exact words were to me, "Can't wait to start working with you. You start in just a couple of weeks." I was like, fantastic. Go into the meeting with the CEO and the CFO 2 Fridays ago. 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. And the CEO looks me in the face and says, "We've decided not to proceed with you. We're going to use another service provider." The net profit for that piece of work over the next 12 months was 9.6 million rand gone. And just a few minutes after that, I wandered into a coaching session with the CEO and had to go, "Hey, how's your week going? And what's your best hope for this time together today?" What we think matters is different to what actually matters in entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is a roller coaster of emotions. How we develop people to manage that is the most important thing we can focus on. You can all imagine inside of yourself. Imagine I told you that Prof was going to give you 9.6 million rand. And you believed it because he's credible. And then you go sit down with somebody else who says, You've already mentally spent it in your head, right? Right? You've planned the resources, you could do this, you could do all, you've done all this. And you sit down with the person who says, no. And then seconds after that, you've got to go and be chipper and chirpy and Mr. or Mrs. Entrepreneur again and go and solve problems for people and do marketing and do sales. And isn't the world great? And that's what we need to teach entrepreneurs to be able to do, because that's the reality of their world. It's not included on the business plan. It's not included on the Excel spreadsheet. But it is the difference that makes the difference. Right? It is what we need to think about. I love this from Mike Tyson. You know, we all heard this before probably, but everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face. Entrepreneurship is like boxing or the UFC. It is a full-blown, high-contact, competitive sport. And so maybe as we grow as entrepreneurs, there's more to learn from mixed martial arts than there is academia. Maybe. Because the emotional roller coaster you go on is very similar. And there's entrepreneurs in this room, and you know you've been there, right? That being said, it's a blessing. That being said, it's a blessing. Because while the roller coaster has the highs, it also has the lows, it also has the highs. Right? Has the highs of me taking my wife and kids to Seattle, the business paid. Right? It has the highs of having lunch with my wife every single day of the week, regardless. It has the highs of independence, of freedom, of being able to go and help a nation, employ people. The highs outweigh the lows, but the reality is it's kind of like going to Gold Reef City, getting on the roller coaster, undoing the big belt they put across you, putting your hands in the air and going, "Look, Mum, I'll be fine," and coming out the other end. You can imagine giving that a go, can't you? I can just see it in your eyes. "Look, Mum, no hands." So you might be curious about, where do I spend my time with entrepreneurs? What am I focusing on? Now, I don't have a curriculum, right? I treat every entrepreneur uniquely based upon their unique needs, right? So my starting point is them. Who are they? What I'm about to share with you in a second is the 5 things that, by just a series of patterns, I spend all week, every week in. Do I do other bits and pieces? Yes. But these are the big 5, right? These are the 5 that make the difference for my clients. These are the 5 that allows the JobJack founders to go and, find another 150 million rand for their software business in investment, right? These are the big 5 that allowed Marcius van Antwerp, the TikTok influencer who's a client of mine, go from 500,000 income a year to 72 million last year in 3 years, right? They are the difference maker. And so whether you're a student, whether you're an educator, it doesn't really matter, because you can take them and go and do it for yourself or do it for your students. And so I spend my time here. People. Spend most of my time helping the entrepreneur be an entrepreneur, but that's not the logic behind it. That's this bit. Right? How do I manage myself to get the best out of me to achieve what I want to achieve? How do I know when to stop? How do I know when to start? And then the rest of my time is helping entrepreneurs navigate 2 other groups of people. The internal people, suppliers, employees, so on and so forth. I'll touch on that in a second. But how to find them, retain them, work with them, motivate them, inspire them. How to be the entrepreneur in an ever-expanding business where the ability to just crash ahead gets less and less and less unless you backfill the business. But the one in the bottom right-hand corner, external people, that's your customers. A business is what without customers? It's a great idea, isn't it? It's nothing. And the one biggest hole in most entrepreneurship development and most entrepreneurship focus is customer acquisition. I see hundreds of business plans a year across my desk. Most business plans, if they've had an academic background, are above 50 pages. They really hurt my head. The ones I really like are 2, 3, or 4 pages. If your business plan has less than 60% dedicated to customer acquisition, your business cannot succeed. 60%. Right? Who are they? Why are they? What do they want? How are you going to find them? How are you going to find them consistently? What are you willing to do to go and find them consistently? Don't just write social media. And, right, your one video a day on TikTok is like throwing a pebble into the Atlantic Ocean and expecting to hit a whale. Right? How? It's got to be the focus. Because nothing else matters without it. Business is really simple, right? You solve a problem, have a product or a service that solves a problem. You market it, you sell it, you deliver on it, you make a profit. It's a very simple ecosystem. But all too often we get fascinated by the bits that don't matter. You can't do sales without marketing. Who do you sell to? Right? You can't do marketing unless you know what problem you solve for who, how, why, when, and are they actually willing to pay you for it? Right? Because we make big assumptions on what people are willing to pay for. I work with a lot of financial advisors and they say, Rob, everybody needs what it is that we sell. I'm like, that's nice. Nobody wants what it is you sell. I've got one here, thanks. Nobody wants what it is you sell, right? Who wants to spend money on life insurance in this room? Put your hand up. Oh, look, it's gone quiet very quickly. Excuse me. And so just because people need what it is that you've got, if they don't want to buy it, they're not going to part with their cash. You've just made your marketing so much harder. You look at the global sales of Xanax versus sales for meditation. Both achieve the same ends. Xanax sales top over $1 billion globally, US per year. Meditation doesn't globally in the coaching industry go above 40 million. Why? People want quick sleep results. Pop the pill, fall asleep, job done, stress finished, done. Meditation, lovely idea. Got to clear my mind, find time to sit still, dedicate half an hour a day to it, and maybe after 6 months I might get a good night's sleep. Right? Which one sells the most? It's obvious, isn't it? It's the first one. Right? We love the idea of meditation. We don't like the practicality of it. And so when you do your market research, your customers will go, yes, 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 I want to sleep better. And by the way, I'd buy a product that helps me sleep better. Yeah, I would. And then you go to them and go, cool, here's the product. And you need to put 45 minutes a day in your diary and listen to this funky music and burn joss sticks and this, that, and your partner will think you've gone barking mad. The kids and the dog will do this, that, and the other, and they go, I'll just take the pill. Right? And so you've got to be careful when you do your market research that you're actually solving a problem that people want to have solved in the way they want to have it solved. My business development journey, since I've niched into mostly Christian entrepreneurs, has exploded. It is the 0.5, by the way, because it's still quite new, but it's got the feeling of the other 6. It's exploded because I'm solving a problem that Christian entrepreneurs want to have solved. How to bring their faith first into their business and still grow their business without feeling guilt and navigating the love of money, the greed. Customers are falling over themselves to join Kingdompreneur because they want that. They understand that some business development strategies out there fly in the face of their values. And that makes them feel ugly, and that makes because I've solved the problem they want to have solved. Right? In the way they want to have it solved. So my 5 main focuses. Number 1 is all around resilience, bias parking, and mental gymnastics. Resilience, you heard about my level of resilience a little bit ago. Phew. But bias parking is, we all look at the world through our own eyes. So therefore we see everything through our own eyes, and therefore we judge everything through our own eyes, but we're not our customer. So we've got to go and take how we view the world and kind of kick it into touch and be able to go and view it through the customer's lens permanently. Because when you can do that, you can give them what they want. And then mental gymnastics. We're looking to dissect information and find differences at speed. Test, go again, test, go again, test, go again. And so we've got to be able to go and bend our mind to new places, right? Elon Musk is going to take people to Mars, but nobody's ever been to Mars. He doesn't even know if it's possible, although he thinks it's possible. Can you imagine the mental gymnastics involved that he's doing? I'd encourage, and I often encourage clients to do this, is go and read a textbook on entrepreneurship and then prove it wrong. Go prove it wrong. You know they can do most of the time. And I love it because their mind's developing. I love it. What a wonderful opportunity in our institutions. Let's go and take proven text and get young entrepreneurs to go prove it wrong. Right? Go prove it wrong. Because that's where creativity comes from. That's where newness comes from. That's where the new coffee table comes from. Maybe we don't even need coffee tables. Maybe we need levitating cups. You ever thought about that? Oh. A levitating cup. Don't need coffee tables anymore. Next is creativity, input-focused, and experiential learning. So creativity is obvious, but it should be a massive focus. But you need to be creative because you need to come up with new solutions, blah, blah, yada, 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 yada. Input focus, though. Everybody's staring at the Excel spreadsheet and the business plan. Very few people can say, how am I going to make those numbers happen? Business and wealth generation in business is really simple. People times value equals profit. Right? Most of our plans and Excel spreadsheets and everything else we build are after the equal sign. It's a bit like looking at your bank account every 20 minutes and going, hasn't got any better. Hasn't got any better. Still the same. In fact, actually, a debit order's gone off and now it looks even worse and I feel rubbish. And so we've got to get really, really good at driving the input side of things. How do you make 4? 2 plus 2. And then experiential learning is getting people to put things into practice and learn from them. Next focus, innovative people acquisition and retention. Right? If you want to come and work for me in my business, and you send me a cover letter, a resume, and a CV, and anything else like that, I guarantee you will not work in my business. Why? Because you don't fit the mold. And so we're often trying to go and solve entrepreneurial problems using big corporate strategies that don't serve big corporates well. Bidvest's #1 problem in South Africa today is finding suitably qualified and experienced employees to come into the business. In a country that's got, 30% official unemployment, 50% total unemployment, and their #1 problem is they can't find the people. We can't take big business solutions and drop them into entrepreneurship world and go, it'll work, because it won't. So we've got to get innovative and creative about how we find people. There's no shortage of wonderful people in this country we can employ as entrepreneurs. No shortage. It's just we're lazy in finding them. We try and shove a round thing through a square hole, and then we get frustrated because it doesn't work. You know who really impresses me? The person who spams me on every single one of my social media posts, right? Who messages me, who finds me somewhere and says, hey, have you seen that person?
right? Because they've shown entrepreneurship, they've shown willingness, they've shown creativity, they've shown all the hallmarks of the things that we most desperately need in our businesses. You know, for those of you who are building businesses as startups, your first employee is going to have to be a jack of all trades and master of none, right? You need the sort of person who you go, I know you don't know anything about web design or WordPress, but there's the login details, and I need this button here and that button there, and can you just like magic it for me, please, as you crash on as the entrepreneur, right? That's going to be your first employee. They're highly unlikely to be qualified for any of the things you've asked them to do. And it might even be your first 3 or 4 employees. I know you think this is your job, but a customer's coming in and all the salespeople are busy, so I know you think you do bookkeeping, but could you just go and talk to that customer over there, please? Shut, thank you. Right? So we've got to get innovative about how we find these people and then how we retain them. Right? We have the gift of social media. Most businesses use it appallingly, horribly. Oh, it just makes my skin crawl. But it's a gift. Now, I promised myself I wouldn't beat you over the head with a Bible for too long today, but I was tempted to. I'm joking. But if we go and look for those who are Christian, Mark 4:1, Jesus went out onto the water in a boat to preach to the masses from the boat, using the water as a magnifying effect to the masses on the shore, tens of thousands of people. You know, in my world, I say, be like Jesus. Well, what does Jesus do in business? What's the 2024 version of that? What would he do if he had my job? But if you go think about that, social media is the boat and the water. It's free. It goes to the masses. Right? We need to get innovative and clever with it. We need to work out how we add value. Alex Hormozy, who I mentioned, who only one of you, my friend here is the only person who's actually bumped into him. He says we need to give away what we think we should sell and then sell the execution. That hurts my head. Still to this day. Still to this day. And then the fourth of the fifth is all around execution and systematic processing. I've just come back from Dubai. We've just launched a business there. I've just supported a client rather to launch a business there. You know the speed that those folks are working at? It's terrifying. If we ever think we're fast, and I've had to have a quiet word with myself about this in the past couple of weeks, whatever we're taking in Joburg or Pretoria to get done in 2 weeks, they're doing it in 3 hours. If they say 12 p.m. and they meet 11:59, it's incredible. It's faster than the Americans are doing. And that's... And so the speed of execution is going to be everything. Have you ever noticed that you have a great idea about something, and the longer it takes you to execute it, the more self-doubt creeps in, and you start questioning it and getting more theoretical and more whatever else about it. And then when you do it, you've lost that inertia, you've lost that momentum, you've lost that energy, and you never quite pull it off. And then there's other things that you do. You have a great idea and just go, boom, put it into practice. It just seems to go. It just seems to happen, right? The speed we work at helps our brain as entrepreneurs not second guess ourselves. Come up with all the reasons why it shouldn't work. You've all done that, right? I do that the whole time. So we need to go faster. And then for me, the last thing is faith. Why? We talk about self-belief and self-confidence and all these things the entire time. I've worked with Olympians. I've worked with top-level CEOs. I've done all right for myself. I'm pretty good at practicing my own preach. And I tell you now, my self-belief runs dry on occasions. My self-confidence runs dry on occasions. Right? I need, and most of my clients find this to be true, something bigger than them to lean into. Now, this can't come as a surprise to us. If you go and look at the Olympics and all the athletes who won medals who got interviewed, how many of them said thanks to him? Right? Massive percentage. You go and talk to top-level CEOs all over the world. Most of them are people of a faith. I'm not going to judge what faith, but when we have our downest days, we need something to lean into that's bigger than us. And we will have down days. We also need something on the up days to go and give thanks to. Right? It makes us feel safe. It's like a comfort blanket. And so I'd encourage you as you wander forward in your journeys to think about, how do I benchmark myself on those 5? What am I good at? What am I not good at? What's my area of improvement? Do I need to go faster? Or maybe, do I need to go slower? So here we are. I'm almost on time as well. I'm doing quite well for myself, considering I tore it all apart this morning. Let's have a chat around the elephant in the room. So what I want to do before I tell you what I think it is, what do you think the elephant in the South African entrepreneurial room is? What would you guess? Who's brave? It's not the government. It's not ESCOM, before anybody says that. Corruption. Who said finance? Finance. It's the elephant in the room. The elephant in the room is this. I need an investor. Right? I'm going to tell you now, you don't. And if you think you do, you need to go have a quiet word with yourself. Now, there's some caveats behind that. If you're doing 10 million rand a year or more profit, and you want to expand rapidly on a proven model, you need an investor if you can't self-finance it yourself. The percentage of South African businesses that get investment and succeed is horrifically worse than the people who get 6 chickens and a rooster and start laying eggs and selling the eggs, and then they get baby chickens, and then they have 12 chickens and 24 chickens, and they grow it in their aunts and uncles' backyards and fields and anything other piece of land. Those people succeed at a far higher ratio than people who get investment. And it is such a large percentage difference that I would feel unethical for me not to tell you this morning. We don't need investors. We're also very unlikely to get investors. That's a scary thing. And so we often make a trap for ourselves of I need, and we run around trying to go and solve the problem that can't be solved by solving it by getting the investor. What we need is a better plan. Right? My little boy's 3. Yes, I did start having kids very late in life. I am that old. He's 3. Many of you have seen kids crawl, stumble, walk, run. Unless you've done the crawling and stumbling bit, you're probably not even ready to go and talk to an investor yet. And they're probably going to ask you questions that you will have to lie to answer them satisfactorily. I don't want to disappoint anybody. It's just a reality. If I was to come to you and say, hey, can I borrow 10,000 rand? What would you want to know? It's not about the business plan. It's about the credibility of me giving you the 10,000 rand back. Right? And so we need to come up with better plans. I talk about it, I think this is the next slide, in this way. As I think about it in terms of the jockey, the horse, and the race course. Right? The race course, that's the country, that's the city, that's the place, the environment we're selling within, we're working within. The horse is the business idea. But neither of those work without a competent jockey on the back. Right? if somebody's going to invest in a business, they're not actually investing in the business, they're investing in the entrepreneur. Many of you have probably seen Shark Tank or one of those sorts of programs on TV. And the investor says, I'm not too sure about the business idea, but I want to back you as the entrepreneur. If I was to ask you for some money, you'd want to know I had some experience managing that level of money. It might not be my own, it might be somebody else's, but I've got some experience. I've got a track record at paying the money back to the level in which I'm promising somebody I'm going to pay it back to them. I've got a minimum viable product. So I've got 6 chickens in a rooster, laid some eggs, sold them on the street corner, made some money, got 12 more chickens, taken over the neighborhood. I love chickens, by the way, but taken over the neighborhood with chickens and chicken smell and whatever else. And now I'm selling 480 eggs a day, and I'm busy negotiating with a supermarket or anywhere. That entrepreneur is very investable. So I want to challenge you as you go forwards today. What's the bit of you that's holding you back with a problem that is actually not about the business idea or an investor or anything else? It's actually a problem of I haven't done the practical, dirty, hard work yet. Every single one of us can do the easy bit of creating a business plan to go and sell whatever it may well be. Milk tarts. We create the business plan, and then we're going to get a commercial kitchen, and we're going to produce them. We're going to sell them like that and whatever else. That's 10% of the whole. Most investors, and I am an investor, what we actually look at is something completely different. I can make the business plan myself in 36 seconds. Come to me with a terrible business plan. I can make it better in 32 seconds. Come to me with you. Right? Come to me with I dug holes on the building site to keep my business surviving. And I took all that money from the building site that I worked on and put it back into elements of my business and grew it. Right? Come to me with I've done the past 3 weeks sleeping underneath my desk building my piece of software. Right? I've got customers and contracts lined up. Come to the investor with you as the jockey, and you will get investment. But that probably involves doing all of the work we don't want to do. And I think if you're all honest with yourselves, and I'm honest with myself, everything that we want is on the other side of the work we don't want to do. Just think about your own circumstances for a second. It doesn't matter in life what it is you want to do, right? Lose weight? I need to lose weight at the moment. I put my suit jacket on earlier and I was like, oh. Hence, I'm not wearing it now, actually. But I don't want to eat less nice food or exercise more or any of those sorts of things. I don't want to do that. But the outcome I want is on the other side of the work I don't want to do. Right? And then I end up in a binary place. And as humans, we hate binary places because we like to try and think we're smart and can negotiate our way out of things. And the binary place is, be a fat boy, have your suit fit better, you choose. I remember when I did my master's, I hate writing stuff down. So the literature review part, where I got to read the literature, that was quite interesting. I quite enjoyed that. That was good. I love reading. But writing it down, and I got to the point of either you want to finish this thing or you don't. Right? There was the practical hard work of the hard work. So maybe now every single one of you could write 2 things down for yourself. What are the 2 things you're avoiding that you know are the difference between where you are now and where you want to be that you're putting off? You can do it in any aspect of your life. Parenting, entrepreneurship, weight loss, relationships, sorting your debt out. I don't know what it is for you. You've all come from different places. but I guarantee there's something. Maybe if you're an entrepreneur, you don't want to go and walk up and down the street of Rustenburg, knocking on the doors, going, hey, do you want? Having the door slammed in your face and being told to beep off more times than you think is nice. But the pattern for successful entrepreneurs remains the same. Marcius van Antwerp, 500,000 to 72 million, 3 years, right? Lives just in East Pretoria here. When he first started working, he went up and down every street in Brits and every street in Rustenburg, crashing through doors and saying, hey, look what I've got, do you want to buy it? It's part of the journey. None of us want to do that, right? All of us want to do one TikTok video a day and hope that the customers flood in. Wah, wah. So what is it for you? Write your 2 things down. It's my coachy bit. So I want to finish off, and I'm going to ask you some questions in a second by saying, you've all got it in your hands today to take this beautiful country that we live in and take the ship and turn it. It's going to happen in spite of big corporations and in spite of the government, and that means it's not going to be easy. But can you imagine if it's you and your generation through your entrepreneurial ventures that actually are being celebrated as the people who did it? We've got every resource we need. We aren't short of resources, intellect, or anything else. We just have to want to do it. So that's it from me. I want to encourage you to go do it. Have fun, be adventurous, and stay in touch if you ever find the chance.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Rob. Guys, what did I say about the cherry on top? You see, I was right. And where are my notes? Okay, sorry. I'm a paper and pen person. You know, there are to ensure that you are listening, I'm going to ask you a few questions, okay? Remember in the beginning, I said I'm a lecturer. So I'm a lecturer at heart, you know. So as a lecturer, you teach your student and then you test their knowledge, correct? And we are at a university. Of course, I have to ask you questions. Let's just see if you are listening, you know. Mr. Rob said something about exports and import. What was his advice about South Africa? Like, what is it that South Africa needs to do? Correct. That was a bonus mark. That was a bonus mark. Yes, we need to export more. He even gave us the data that, of which is disappointing, that 0.001% will export above 1 million. Hi, that is not right. You know, the moment he said this, I'm economics lecturer, I thought about the balance of payment. That, you know, if we, so the balance of payment is like the balance account for the country, that what we are doing in the country, how much are we importing, how much are we exporting. And in layman's term, those who don't understand what is import and export. Import is when we buy from the outside, we bring it inside. Ne? Like, for example, Temu and Shein, yeah, the whole Temu and Shein, how? Those are the imports. Exports is when we take our goods, we take them outside. For example, Maxhosa outfit, Laduma, Black Coffee, Dr. Esther Mahlangu. You know, those kind of like our exports product. So basically what Mr. Rob was saying is that we need to take more what we are doing outside. Now it goes back to you entrepreneurs. How can we export? I believe you'll agree with me, Mr. Rob. How can we export if we don't have any products? So this is where you come in as entrepreneurs. Mr. Rob said something about Well, I say it's a problem statement. I take it back to research lectureship. You know, that you need to solve a problem of what people want to be solved. It goes back to research. Don't just say, oh, I want to solve this problem because I think this is the problem that people want to be solved, without doing your thorough research and ensuring that it wants to be solved. And also, he said, the elephant in the room, you don't need an investor, because most people, they say that they need an investor. He even made reference that most of the business that are invested, they don't really succeed. And I thought about this. You guys all know idols, ne? South African idols. Were you all aware that those that made it to the top one, they don't make music at all, but they have the money, they have the contract label, and so forth. But everybody who was on maybe top 16, top 20, top 10, you know, like Bo Shakaina and stuff like that, they made it through. Why is it like that? Because we always ask ourselves that, why do idols winner not make it through after that? So when Mr. Rob was talking about the investor, I'm like, yes, this is it. He even gave us an example about, I call it blow by blow, that in the entrepreneur business, it's like things are not easy. It's like one slap after one slap. You know, you think you have it right. And what he said does not only apply to entrepreneurship, but it applies to life as well, you know, to our students. Sometimes you think, I have this assignment, I know what they're asking me. And we, the lecturer, we said that exam for you. You walk out there blank. And it's okay, it's part of life, as long as if you stand. Remember the 4 stages he talks about, the stages of life, that you are crawling, you are stumbling, you are walking, and you are running. Don't get too quickly, you want to run. Sometimes in your life, you might find that a certain aspect of your life is good, you know, like let's say your health, you are number 4, you are running. But when it comes to your business, when it comes to your mentality, you are still crawling. So it's okay to be there. Now, without wasting time, I see that my students, you were listening, and the colleagues as well, you were listening to Mr. Rob. Thank you again. Now we're gonna go have a Q&A sessions, and then Mr. Rob will answer your questions. Yes, any questions for Mr. Rob? Yes. Please stand up, introduce yourself. Thank you.
All right, good morning, colleagues. Mr. Rob, thank you very much for your presentation. My name is Sifezewe. I am a lecturer in the Department of Public Administration. For my PhD, I'm looking at small and informal business support. My case study is in Soweto. And I'm currently transcribing my interviews. So now, one of the questions I asked the entrepreneurs is, both informal business owners and small business owners, was, do they need any form of assistance at the moment? And what is the assistance that they need? Where do they anticipate getting that assistance from? And believe it or not, most of them indicated that they need assistance in terms of funding, because they want to grow their businesses, they want to hire more people, they want to have salaries, and they want to be able to do their work faster. So I'll give the one which stood out, because I have notes, because I feel like I have a moral obligation to help them, you know. So one of them, they clean sneakers, they restore sneakers as well, they customize your shoes, and the likes of that. And they said they want to be able to have a controlled environment to do their work, because when it's raining, they can't wash sneakers, and so their turnaround time is affected, and it also affects how long it's basically part of the process. So I went online, I was like, let me see, can they get this, you know? I considered the Sneaker Shack, you know. I also know that they have a turnaround time of about 7 days if you take your shoes to be cleaned by them, because I thought, let me see how I can help these young men. But now we come back to the need for funding, and you said that if an entrepreneur wants an investor, they'll flop, right? Sitting down, I'm thinking, let me send them to the NYDA, let me send them to CIFA or CIDA, you know, the government funding, which is currently available, the Department of Trade and Industry and the likes of that. So in the absence of funding, how then can they improve their processes? Thank you very much.
That's a great question. So at the start of the Bible in Genesis, God created everything through his speech. So and then created mankind in his image, which made actually mankind creative. The problem people tell you that they're facing is rarely the problem that they're actually facing. So the I need funding is the avoidance of the two things they know they need to do, they just don't want to do. 99.9% of the time. Because if they had an abundance of customers knocking on their door complaining that they couldn't be serviced often enough and saying, I'll pay you up front for this, they'll find all the money they want by just default. The pursuit of investment is the pursuit of avoiding what you need to do. Right? Everybody can go and forward sell something, an empty cardboard box, right? On a promise. Take a deposit. So I'd suggest that maybe their challenge isn't funding, and maybe it is a lack of entrepreneurial knowledge and bravery, but how do they sell the empty cardboard box for a deposit on a promise and then take that cash as their funding? Now, even if it's not all the money that they need, if you go to an investor and say, I need X, but I'm coming to you and I have not just the business, I have too many customers to service, and I've got self-raised a third of the money, the investor will go, yep, I'm in. And so what we experience when people say investment is a bit like me having a hangover. Right? So I wake up on Monday morning with a thumping headache, and what I need is grandpa or Panados because I've got a headache. But the conversation we're not really having is the 2 bottles of brandy that I drank yesterday. That was a choice. The headache's not present without the brandy. And the need for the Panados and the grandpas isn't needed either. And so that's one of the, when we come to market research and into academic research, we often don't find out how is the problem a problem. And I think what you've run into is them telling you what the problem is, but your job as a researcher is to unpack how is it a problem. Does that make sense? You can disagree as well, but that's how's the problem a problem? Interesting, when you're solving problems as entrepreneurs, how is the problem a problem is another great question you can go and play with. How did it occur? Why did it occur? What caused it to occur? Because in those questions is the solutions. Thank you. I hope that helps. Cool.
Any other question? Comment?
Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, students. Thank you, speaker. Earlier on, you spoke about knowing right from wrong and how that is good. While you're speaking about it, I thought to myself, so you do something wrong over and over. Do you not consider the time that you're losing with all that?
No, because often you don't know it's wrong until you've done it. So we have a scarcity of time is actually just fear playing out, right? It's an emotion. We're worried about wasting time. But what if that thing you thought could be wrong turns out to be right? What if? Right? That's the entrepreneurial play space, really, is finding what everybody else says it doesn't work like that, and then finding a way to make it work like that there. And that means we're often in a pursuit to get the perfect recipe for a cake, right, with the perfect ingredients and methodology. We haven't yet recognized that as entrepreneurs, we actually are making new cakes. Therefore, we actually got to go and come up with our own new, and even if that's just changing the amount of flour by 20 grams and adding some citrus in, I don't know, my wife does baking. But even if that's it, you might have to make a whole bunch of dodgy cakes in order to get to the one. But that's the entrepreneurial play space. We would never get to the one unless we'd gone through all of those others. So I'd encourage you to go through all of those others. I was at a conference in Nashville, Tennessee before COVID, and the guy who ran the conference, he's got a business that does about $800 million a year turnover, so it's a proper business. There's 5,000 of us in the audience. And he stepped up on stage, and he had slide after slide after slide of business names, 164. And he just started he started his talk by like XYZ, blah business, blah, blah, blah business, blah, blah, blah business. Like, what on earth is this guy talking about? And then on the final slide, he put up clickfunnels.com, 165. He found his one, right? He found his one. But he wouldn't have found his one if he hadn't have baked lots of failed cakes. Now, we assume that failure means no money. That's a big assumption. He'd made millions of dollars across all of these businesses over the years. So just because it doesn't work doesn't mean to say you make a huge loss and whatever else. It just isn't the one yet. Just like if you were to bake new cakes. Not all of them would be unedible. Some of them you might want to feed to the dogs or something like that, but some of them will taste quite good. You just haven't found the one yet. Does that help? My pleasure. Go bake some cakes.
Any other question? Okay, thank you. Well, I have one for you before you go. You said people or entrepreneurs don't have any other problem except for people's problem. Mm-hmm. However, what if you are an entrepreneur, you have flowers, you're selling flowers. With what happened the last 2 weeks, the snow, they kill your flowers. Now, the statement you make now, does it still hold? Because now your business is not affected by people, but it's natural forces.
Yes, but maybe. Think about it laterally for a second. Your problem isn't the snow. The problem is that people aren't buying for you because you don't have the product. Right? So it still goes, the snow was the causation, but the actual problem experienced is people can't buy from me because I don't have product. That's what the snow caused. So then as the entrepreneur, we then go, cool, how can I keep those customers buying from me? Maybe it's not flowers, maybe it's compost from the rotten flowers that the snow's come on. I don't know. Yes. What is it? That's the entrepreneurial mind. It's still a people problem. Because your problem is, I can't get the people to buy the product I don't have. Well, then let's come up with a new product and pivot quickly, especially in the early stages of your business when you don't have lots of cash flow coming through. Pivot quickly, make the money, keep the business moving, keep going. Does that help?
Very much. Thank you so much, Mr. Rob. So basically what Mr. Rob is telling us is that as an entrepreneur, your mind needs to be working. If you have a problem, come up with a solution. How can I take this problem into solution? Like, for example, of the flowers. Take the flowers into compost. So thank you so much, Mr. Rob. Can we please give him a round of applause?
Thank you very much.
Oh, yes. Mr. Rob would like to give you something nice. Yes. Dr. Manchidi will present it. Please come. Are you please stand there.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rob. Now we're going to have a panel discussion. Things are. Sorry. Yes. Thank you. Yes. Now we're going to have a panel discussion. The person that will be doing the panel discussion will be facilitated by Dr. Manchidi. Sorry. Yes, Dr. Manchidi is the chair of the Department of Applied Management from the School of Public Operations Management from the College of Economic and Management Sciences. Dr. Manchidi supervises master's and doctoral students. His research interests are in technology and innovation, entrepreneurship, and supply management. Dr. Manchidi, he is an executive board member and a vice chairman of Viva Foundation since 2016. Viva Foundation is an NPO that educators, cares, and develop and mentors disadvantaged communities. Can we please welcome Dr. Manchidi to the stage? And then our panelist, we have, thank you, Tabby. Our panelist, we have Mr. Disetso Maloma, who is an author of Bula Buka and publishing company. His work has impacted corporations such as the Obama Foundations, Standard Bank, SAPI, Innovation Hub, and so forth. Mr. Disetso, he's a go-getter. You know, this past Tuesday, he was on Metro FM. Do you know how he got there? Do you like to know how he got there? You know, this also is a skill that we all need to apply in our lives. What he did, he found out first, okay, he was on the Thibaut Tash show. We know that Thibaut Tash, he's like the GOAT at Metro FM, you know. What he did, he found out, okay, who's producing this show, you know, because Thibaut Tash is the host, he's not the producer. And he went and got the contact details of the producer, sent them an email, and that's how he got to be there. Well, this was not his first time being on Metro FM. But I love his method of saying, hey, I want to go there. How am I going to get there? What steps am I going to get to go there? You know, and also his books are outside, right? Yes, his books are outside. He has a lot of books. So can we please welcome Mr. Disetso to the stage? Thank you. And another panelist is Mr. Sonta Christopher Ngobo, who is the owner and the marketing director of Skanda Consulting and Project. He has worked at Bidvest. One distinctive thing about Mr. Ngobo is that he also does mentoring. Today, he has come with his mentor. Look at this entrepreneur, his mentee, you know. Mr. Ngobo is all the way in KZN. His mentee stays here in Katlehong. But you see that didn't stop the relationship between mentor and mentee. And Ms. Nomusa, who's the mentee, was telling me that whenever Mr. Ngobo is this side, she also tags along with him. So you as well, if you are mentor and mentee, at what length are you going to ensure that your relationship is sustainable? You know, because I can imagine she came all the way from Katlehong to Pretoria. The mentee had to take an initiative to say, okay, I want this relationship to work. And Mr. Ngobo as well said, okay, I want this relationship to work. And he gave her the information to say, okay, on this date, this time I'm going to be at Unisa for this and this. And the mentee as well had the enthusiasm saying, okay, I want to grow with this, therefore I'm going to go with mentee. So we also need to apply the spirit as well, that if you want something, how far do you go? How much are you going to spend to get to where you want to be? Now, can we please welcome Mr. Ngobo to the stage? Now, the next panelist is Dr. Naledi Garland. Am I saying it right? Yes, thank you. Dr. Naledi Garland has a PhD in transformation entrepreneurship. Her PhD is very new, bred from the boss, the graduate. Can we just clap hands for her, the graduate? I'm not done introducing her, by the way. But for the fact that, oh girl, guys, just wore her red gown in June. Do you know what it takes to wear that gown? Proposal. Yo, guys, proposal is one of the things that you think you have this, you think you have your story. And it goes back to the stages that Mr. Rob was talking about. Because proposal is like the crawling stage. You think, oh, I'm crawling. I'm about to stand up and stumble. And your supervisor's like, no, you don't know your story. Go back, you know. But for the fact that she has done it in the digital transformation entrepreneurship, she has she has done the executive development program from Yale University. Hello, Yale University is from USA, United States, America. Dr. Naledi has an MBA, business strategy from Gibbs. Miguel has an MPhil in entrepreneurship from UP. Can we please give her a round of applause? Yeah, no, she's the girl. She's the girl. Yes. Now, the next panelist is Ms. Riabetswe Dire. She is a CEO of Edenville. I said it right? Yes. Miss Ria was exposed to business when she was young. At home, there was a spaza shop and a tavern. That as well, she's from Hammanskraal. That fueled her to be in the business. Miss Dire has a master's in chemical engineering. You know, she's very young. Yeah, I saw your faces immediately when I said master's in chemical engineering. The students went, ooh, it's like because they know the extent to get this. She is currently doing her PhD in chemical engineering. In 2016, she launched a perfume, Khosi and Khosigad. I hope you have testers for us, Ms. Ria. I hope. You can't sell perfume and not have testers for us to tsanya. We need to smell good so that when people ask us, we say, hey, it's Ms. Ria. It's Friday. I hope you have perfume for us. In 2018, she ventured into green thermal energy, focusing on renewable energy management and biodiesel. I just want to say, there's one of our students today, she's also into biodiesel, and she's going to be representing us at national level. So to the student, please network. You see, Miss Ria, who's a chemical engineer, she's into that, and she also has the perfumes too. You're gonna smell good. Can you please welcome Miss Ria to the stage? Okay, I'm gonna leave everything to Dr. Manchidi now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Program Director. It's morning still. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you are still well. I find it difficult to continue with this session after such a powerful speech, but thank you once again, Mr. Rob. But I guess what you gave here set the tone for this discussion. Program Director, when you started earlier, you touched on the issues of unemployment in the country, which is one of the challenges we are facing. Of course, over and above, we have inequality and many other social ills. And what Rob said earlier, if I recall, he said the problem is the economy. The problem is that the economy is not going where we want it to go. And I guess where we want the economy to go is the economic growth. Because with economic growth, these challenges will be able to deal with them. So, as a starting point, what is clear is that as a continent of Africa, we are a home to young people. And the continent simply doesn't have jobs for all these young people. And as a result, youth unemployment is high across the continent in South Africa. Particularly, the unemployment rate among our young people in the country aged between 15 and 34 stands at around 55%, and that's really disturbing. So this alarming peak, ladies and gentlemen, of youth unemployment has prompted a collaboration between the South African government, the private sector, the NGOs, to foster entrepreneurship as an alternative to youth unemployment. So coming back to this session, this year's theme is entrepreneurship development in higher education. This year's theme in entrepreneurship development in higher education is #educators for entrepreneurs or entrepreneurship. So the panel discussion will center around the gap in teaching entrepreneurship by focusing on educators, aiming to equip them to integrate entrepreneurial competency in the core curriculum. And the goal of this year's theme is to encourage networks to create educators, to inspire students to become innovators, contributing actively to society and thriving in the ever-evolving job market. So, as already been mentioned, the panelists here will help us to dissect the topic, and they have been introduced. What I'm going to do right away before we start, I want to give them, each one of them, on this topic to reflect on it and give their own perspective as a starting point. Who do we start? Mr. Maluma, you want to start?
Afternoon, everyone. Okay, cool. It works. I thought it didn't work. You know, I'm part of one of the entrepreneurship advisory board here at Unisa. So my background, it's just like out of the gate from university. I've been, pursuing many different entrepreneurial activities, and now what's been canvassed is that entrepreneurship should be taught at every course level. What I know, and I'm saying this, I know will be of help, is that imagine every year in your entrepreneurship course, you have an actual project wherein you have to start a business, like an actual business that throughout the year you will, do a couple of things for it. And then at the end of the year, you give a report on what you have done. And the following year, if it worked, then I guess you pursue it. What I'm saying is that entrepreneurship, it's a practical sport. And the only way to learn how to do it is to actually do it. I've in one of my books, I created a business model I call the EBC business model. So it's a set of 4 things. One, you've got a product, then comes marketing, comes distribution, which is the third one. Distribution is how you get your products to people. Even if you sell them from the booth, you're couriering, you've got a store. Whichever way you get your product to people, because it needs to be of convenience to them, right? Say, for example, you can afford a shop, but then you will courier stuff. And then all this, the interaction of these 3 things, which is product, marketing, distribution, they should give you cash flow. And then if they don't give you cash flow, it means there's something wrong again where? Your product or your marketing or your distribution. So all these 4 things actually, the only way to learn them is if you're doing something practically. Maybe I'll cut it here for now. So.
Okay. Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. You basically spoke about, the high levels of unemployment and, entrepreneurship education and how that can actually, foster that. And interestingly, in your opening speech, you mentioned the collaboration, between South Africans and government, and basically trying to have a look and see if entrepreneurship could be looked at as an alternative career path. And I think that's where the problem lies. Entrepreneurship needs to actually, it's a mind shift, it's a cultural mind shift that should allow us to actually look at entrepreneurship as a default career path. And basically just making sure that when we introduce this entrepreneurship education to our learners, we make sure that we deal with issues of self-reliance, problem solving, people realizing that it's okay to actually take risks, have that risk mindset, and demystify the process of starting a business so that you reduce the fear of failure. And in turn, that will increase people's willingness to start a business and to know that it's okay and that there's a safe space to be able to make those mistakes. So we definitely have a long way in terms of making entrepreneurship as a business career or a career path, something that is viable, because our education system, our country, and Africa as a whole, is that we teach our kids and, the people that, or maybe the education system is also the issue. The education system is about going to university and getting a qualification so that you can actually get formal employment. And that is basically how most people are wired. And given the economic conditions of our country as well, I think that also has a major factor on that, because poverty, inequality, and all of those things, we cannot set those aside. And when you have those things and they are pressing, your immediate thought is, I need to get a job so that I can put food on the table. Because as Mr. Rob mentioned earlier, the entrepreneurship journey is not something that happens instantly. So there's lots of ups and downs, there's the crawling, then you have to walk and you have to run. And when you are hungry right now, your mind cannot think about the long term, starting to crawl and all of those things. Your immediate instinct is to say, I need to find a job now. And, those are just some of the aspects that are creating this high unemployment, that are creating barriers and the challenges that we have into fostering, that entrepreneurial mindset in the minds of our young people. So definitely the education system, our economic conditions, cultural society, and the way we are wired to think, those are some of the things that actually attribute to this high levels of unemployment and the lack of willingness for most people to see entrepreneurship as a default or a viable career path.
so much.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Unisa, in particular Professor Manchidi and the team for actually putting this whole event together. I think the country needs to think differently and to move in a different direction, because there are a host of challenges out there, and some of the things, or most of the things that we are discussing here today, are seeking solutions to that. So thank you very much, Professor Munchidi, and I would encourage you to do more and more of these things. I think I'm a person who's systematic, who likes to follow a certain structure. I was just thinking, do we all understand what entrepreneurship is? Because then the definition of entrepreneurship is, it's an act when an individual who has an idea acts on that idea. You know, Vusi Tembegwayo says, an entrepreneur starts. They don't have business plans and all these kind of fancy things. They have an idea and they start and they make it happen. So that is an entrepreneur. And also, entrepreneurs have to have certain competencies. And what are competencies? They are the ability to do something successfully and efficiently. Competencies are the knowledge, skills, ability, and behaviors that contribute to individual and organizational performance. For example, problem solving, customer service, communication, self-motivation, decision-making, integrity, and results orientation. And I've thought of some personal attributes of successful entrepreneurs. And I've looked at 14 personal attributes. One, entrepreneurs are self-starters. Normally, they don't need loans. They just take a risk, because business is about risk-taking. Number two, they are hardworking. They are not clock watchers. In actual fact, after being invited to this, I looked at the acronym Student Economic Week, SEW, and I was thinking, entrepreneurs reverse that. It's WES. They work, eat, and sleep. And that's all they do. Maybe 80% work, 5% eat, and 15% sleep. Rob was saying they sleep under the table. That is the nature of entrepreneurs. They don't have a lot of time for social social things. They just decide on doing the work. Self-discipline, a huge element of self-discipline is involved as an entrepreneur. And if you think you can be an entrepreneur and you are not self-disciplined, you might as well just forget. They are self-driven. They don't need to be managed. When you are an entrepreneur, you set your own goals, and you manage yourself. They are resilient. They don't get discouraged by challenges. Any stumbling block, they see it as a challenge, and they look for a way of getting around the challenge. They are unstoppable. No one can stop them, not even the lack of finances. One lady was asking there at the back what those entrepreneurs need to do because they are lacking finances. Entrepreneurs, they look for solutions until they find them. Okay. They are dedicated. They spend 24/7 in their business. Effort, they put an effort and go an extra mile to achieve their objectives. And like I've said, they are also goal-focused.
Okay, maybe let's hold it there.
Pardon?
Yeah, let's hold it there. We can pass. we'll come to the next round.
Good afternoon, everyone. So I want to look at this topic from a practical point of view, being that I actually started my first business while I was still in varsity. I was actually still doing my diploma in chemical engineering. And, you know, during your academic years, you do a lot of school projects. But imagine during those research projects, there was actually an entrepreneurial element in each of these projects. For instance, let's say you are doing research on water purification. Imagine if there was an entrepreneurial aspect to that, to say to the students, do a business Canva model, which is just an overview of a business. It would allow the students to be able to see who their target market is, what is their unique selling point, how would they essentially get customers into their business, and what would be their revenue streams. So when I was in varsity, there's a lot of projects and research elements we were involved in. And in all of those processes, you would write research papers. For instance, when you're doing your master's, you would then write a thesis or a dissertation. And you know, there's a lot of companies that actually go into these institutions and actually buy these dissertations and theses and actually turn those into viable businesses. So there is a very clear need to actually include entrepreneurial skills or activities or even a course in each certain stage of an academic journey of a student, because at that point it would actually ignite in the students and allow them to actually identify which of these projects that they're researching on could they potentially turn into a business. Like my first business which was formulating a perfume, it actually came from a research project that I was doing, which was actually helping a client formulate a perfume. And during that process, I actually learned how to make perfume, and then I identified how I could potentially turn that into a business. Though my first business actually failed because the lack of the entrepreneurial skills or abilities that were not there. Okay. But had a course actually been put in place to teach me that business would have probably had a higher percentage of actually succeeding. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to pick up exactly on that last point that you just said. One of the reasons that your business failed at that time, there was lack of entrepreneurial skills. And I want to tie it with the question that earlier Rob asked, whether can entrepreneurship be taught or developed? And for the purpose of this session, let's restrict it to teaching, because we are an academic institution. If entrepreneurship was to be taught, exactly at what level of education do you think is appropriate? Because we are teaching entrepreneurship at the university level, but do you think it's the appropriate level, or at what level and why? And how do we teach that?
I think I'll take this one for now. I definitely think that, as I've mentioned earlier, it's about the mindset. And you know, children from as young as 6 years old, it's at that stage where they're able to absorb the most. It's a stage where their mind they are so creative. They don't have any fear. Their world is like a blank paper. And that is the time when I feel entrepreneurship needs to be introduced from primary school level, from the age of 6. Wow. Because it's at that point where you are able to mold their way of thinking. You are able to mold their ability to come up with solutions to problems, for them to be creative. They don't have a lot of fear, as I've mentioned, because of their age. So they don't really have all these biases about what the world should be like. So it's a ripe time for us to actually make sure that we impart that knowledge and them to know that entrepreneurship can actually be seen as a viable and a default career path. Actually, what I say these days is when we were growing up, right? Every time you went to visit your uncle or your grandma or your grandparents, they would ask you, what do you want to become when you grow up? And I say that needs to change. We need to start asking our children, what problem do you want to solve when you grow up? You know what that does? It actually gets them to start thinking. They start thinking about the problems that they are seeing in their immediate communities. And that actually forces them to think about solutions that they can actually turn into business opportunities. So you now start wiring them to say, you know what, I'm sick and tired of this load shedding. When I grow up, I want to actually find a way of, stopping this load shedding, or, some immediate issues that they are seeing within their communities. Already you are planting that seed of problem solving in their head. And that is the kind of culture that we want to cultivate. That's the kind of culture entrepreneurship is all about. It's all about identifying identifying problems or seeing the needs of the people and trying to find innovative ways, creative ways that can actually address that. And ultimately, finding a way that channels that solution into a business opportunity that is viable, that is also financially viable, that will actually make people want to take money out of their pocket to pay for this solution that you have created.
Yeah.
So all the way from primary school up until tertiary, it needs to be embedded and integrated into the entire curriculum.
Okay. Because my next question was going to be whose responsibility is it to teach them? You mentioned the 6-year-old and the type of questions that we normally get asked when we grow up, what do we want to be? So from what I'm getting, it's also our responsibility as parents.
Indeed, indeed. It's the responsibility of all of us, our government, us as parents, as well as the educators. So we need to all come together and, try and facilitate this, change of, it's a paradigm shift actually that we need, because for the longest time, we've always been told that when you go to university, you're going to find a good job. And the high unemployment rate is not going anywhere. Government does not have the capacity to create any jobs. People, us as people, we need to create our own jobs. We need to get young people to start realizing that they can be the job creators themselves. They don't have to be the ones going and looking for jobs. They can also create jobs through coming up with these, solutions that they've identified.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
All right, I'll jump in. I agree. Entrepreneurship should be, taught, start from a kid's age. I have this little fascination that maybe one day when someone gets an ID for the first time, they'll get 2 bank accounts, a personal one, just by default, a personal one and a business one, so that they know that they've got a business account. So now that business mindset is always with them. So the country, yes, it has an unemployment problem, but it's an entrepreneurship problem. We don't have enough entrepreneurs. It's a numbers game, right? Let's say, just for example, there are 1,000 entrepreneurs in the country. And you get that out of that 1,000, actually 100 do succeed, right? Now imagine a case where it's not 1,000 entrepreneurs, it's 10,000 entrepreneurs. It means from 10,000 now we have, say, 1,000 successful entrepreneurs. Say you fail, like you are in business, you fail maybe for 2 years. What's the worst that can happen? You can try to go back to the job market. Like a human being's life is dynamic from 21 up until maybe you're 50. You're going to do a lot of things. One of those things, why should it not be entrepreneurship? If it doesn't work out, you'll figure out what to do. So studying kids from a young age will make sure that there are thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs. And then if a few of those can succeed, remember, a few of 1,000 is different to a few of 10,000, right? So if a few of those people can succeed, it means then there will be jobs, for even those who have failed to venture into entrepreneurship. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yes, in actual fact, I agree with the two colleagues. I think it's a question of just changing the stereotype. Our education is stereotypical, that you move from primary to high school and then to tertiary, and then there's this curriculum. Sometimes you read, you study things that you're not even going to apply. So this makes me think of the olden days when there were no business schools. I mean, there's an organization that I used to work for. They used to recruit leaders from the army because they were known to have that mind of running a business. But if it starts at an early age, we need to also have educators who will be able to teach this in the schools, because we can have it as in the curriculum, but if we don't have educators who understand what entrepreneurship is all about, then it's going to be difficult. So it's a whole mindset change, and it's a whole value chain from primary right up to tertiary level.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so when I was in primary, I remember we would have a day where you would come and sell something. It fell under EMS. And I've actually noticed that that has actually slowly started to fall away. Kids no longer have those days where they bring either you do a bracelet or cupcakes and actually have a market day. And I believe that at that point, when you start teaching kids what problems do they want to solve, that would essentially ignite what kind of business they could potentially go into. But then having a market day would essentially teach kids how to engage with customers. How do you now make your business practical as well? So I believe that schools from primary need to have some form of support all the way up to varsity, whereby entrepreneurs or students or academics that are interested in actually going into entrepreneurship actually have that support in a practical way, because entrepreneurship cannot be something that's theoretical. It has to be something that's practical, that needs to be practiced, and you actually learn as you go. It gives you so much more confidence. So if kids were actually given that opportunity of servicing customers and having the opportunity to explore those business ventures from a younger age, by the time they get to varsity, their mindset has already evolved to be able to absorb more of these entrepreneurial skills at a higher level, and as well as the execution will be completely different by then.
Thank you very much. What I'm getting is that there's an agreement that kids need to be taught at an early age, and it is the responsibility of parents, society, community, and educators. And my next question is going to be on the training of educators. But before I ask that question, I want to also involve the audience that I want to invite you, if you want to pose a question to the panelists on the first two questions. Yes. No, let's give you a mic.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Lisadine Duna. And I think from the discussions that we've just been having, and the last question that you posed to say, what is the elephant in the room? It's very prevalent from what has been raised to say, another elephant in the room is support structure. Being a first entrepreneur generation poses its own challenges. Then you've said that it should start at an early age, but if your structure at home, they don't understand, what is this all about? Most times people give up because they're going to be channeled into job hunting. What is this business that you're doing? You're not making any money. It doesn't seem like you are doing much. So I just think that another thing that we need to tackle is support structure. Do your support understand what is entrepreneurship all about back home? Because at the end of the day, that is your support. We can teach them at school, but if I don't understand as a mother to say, he's an entrepreneur, there's certain support that he needs, they're bound to fail. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Support structure, immediate role model within the community. Before I go back to the panelists, any other one who want to add or yes?
Okay. Is it still morning? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Figile Butelezi. So yes, I do agree regarding, I don't know whether it's a question or a statement what I'm about to say, I'm not too sure. I do agree with the panel when they said, yes, it's about educating the kids and changing their mind frame in terms of how we can be taught entrepreneurship. I could say from myself as well, I'm a professional nurse and I started my entrepreneur journey about 3 years ago, and it's very rare within the industry that I am. And when we're saying that we're going to change, we need to start educating kids. It's a thing of, because already the education system, for instance, we've got a pass rate maybe of 35 in matric, right? 35%, and now yet we supposed to stimulate these kids to want to be entrepreneurs where there's no hunger for education or there's no hunger for questioning a lot of things of why is this like this? Why are we not breaking the table to, why am I breaking the table? Okay, how do I build this table and everything else? So now how do you also now involve the education system to make them even eager to want to learn more or want more or start questioning things where we are taught that, if you just get this minute minimum of 35%, we okay. And you'll still carry on in life. And then you find yourself later on in varsity or whatever it is, I mean, after matric, you can only qualify to go work in a retail shop because of your pass mark as well. And also within varsity as well, when we taught, for instance, as a nurse, you're taught to look after the patient, try to solve their problems. So we've got this system as well. Whereas why can't we also be taught in a way that, or in any profession, in a way that how to solve an accounting problem. So now you're already posing questions, and we said as entrepreneurs, we're solving questions, right? We're solving problems. Why can't there be that entrepreneur aspect involved in it as well, just to stimulate the brain? I don't know whether it's a question or a statement.
No, thank you very much. And I, so the first comment was for the support structure. We don't have, it seems to have support structures from our home. And the second question, and I like it because it's from different disciplines. There's this thing that entrepreneurship, for instance, is for those who have done commerce subjects. And her coming from a different disciplines, I really find it very fascinating. So for those two comments in a minute each, just to respond.
Maybe if I can start. The one regarding the structure or the support, I think if it becomes we need to change the culture, which is a long-term thing. It doesn't happen overnight. If you look at some of the people that were supported by their parents, you can see that they succeed. I've got in mind, for instance, the current chairperson of ESCOM, Mr. Mteto Munyati. He started young as an entrepreneur. No, he was not an entrepreneur. His parents were entrepreneurs, but they were involved in the business. His dad wanted him to be a doctor, and he wanted to be an engineer. And later in life, he became an engineer, He turned around a business, Fender business, and then he turned around Altron. Today he's turning around ESCOM. But he had that support structure at home. But now, here is the problem, that it's a societal problem that we are having at the moment, that there's a culture of getting things easy. There's a culture of grants. There's a culture of tenders. I normally say to people, you know, when we grow up, there were a lot of entrepreneurs in every area that you went to. You went to Soweto, there would be Mr. Maponya, there would be Mr. Shabalala, etc., etc. There would be entrepreneurs who started their businesses from nothing. But these days, there's this culture that people don't want to work hard. So we need to inculcate that at an early age. And it's going to be a long-term thing to change that culture, to say if you want to succeed as an entrepreneur, it starts at home. Your parents must support you. Like my colleague was saying here, the questions that you start to ask your children, what do you want to change, and things like that. And also support them. I was saying to Professor Manchidi earlier that last week I attended a graduation party of a young lady who was 34, who was graduating, who graduated a doctorate in astrophysics at the age of 34. And people who were talking there, who are relatives, they say, she started at an early age. They even bought her all the equipment, watching the stars and all that. So there is a huge element of the parents and the extended family supporting what the child needs to be. And also in our schools, as we were saying, we need to change the stereotype. We need to change the stereotype that you need to be a lawyer, you need to be a doctor. The sky is the limit now. We can't be restricting our thinking to certain fields. So what do? We open up everything to say, here is the dashboard of facilities that are available. Entrepreneurship is one of them. And entrepreneurship is not only restricted to buying if you go into engineering, you can be an entrepreneur. If you go into medicine, some doctors are entrepreneurs. You go into the legal field, there is entrepreneurship in every field, but that is never taught in any school. And even when you grow up, there isn't that support to say, you see, you've got an entrepreneurial mind. You can go into that field, but use your entrepreneurial mind to actually achieve it.
Okay.
Just quickly to echo his statement. Just quickly to echo my colleague's statement over here. You know, like I said, at this point in time, we need to look at introducing this at a very young age. It's a value chain that we are building that's going to take a bit of time. So at the moment, yes, you're going to have family members that just don't understand. They need you to make money immediately. You know, this thing is just a waste of time. You are working so hard, you're not bringing any money. But once it's something that's introduced at a school level and, you know, we build it over the years, it's a long-term project. You'll then start having the right support because everybody will have gone through the same system of entrepreneurial. And also to echo my colleague's statement over here is that in actual fact, if you think about it, all the different formal career paths that everybody embarks on has a level of entrepreneurship. The problem with our education system is that they take entrepreneurship and they make it a separate subject. So that's where the fragmentation part comes in. We've got the policies and all of those things. But the reason why things are not coming together is because we're taking entrepreneurship and we're making it separate. It's supposed to be integrated and embedded in each and every single subject. Science, math, accounting, business. There needs to be an element of entrepreneurship there because when you finish and you become a doctor or an engineer or whatever,
you still need that element of business. You need to understand business skills, you need to have problem-solving skills, you need to have creativity skills. So in actual fact, it needs to be inculcated in each and every single industry or subject choice that our kids do. It must be embedded. It must not be separate. It must be part of that curriculum. So that's basically one of the ways that we can address that.
Okay. So I believe that a lot of the time families would try to move you away from entrepreneurship because they've never seen a successful entrepreneur within their community. So most of us, when we were growing up, we want to be lawyers, engineers, and doctors, but this is because these are the successful people we have been exposed to. So I think it then becomes very imperative for entrepreneurs that have succeeded in their own respective journeys to actually go back into these communities and become the role models of the generation that's to come, and actually share their journeys about entrepreneurship. I'll give a practical example from my point of view. My family is no longer having a stereotype on entrepreneurship because from when I was starting my perfume journey, they have been supporting me to date. And through that, my cousins and my other relatives are able to see that entrepreneurship can become a viable career. But if someone has never been exposed to someone that has actually taken entrepreneurship and has actually succeeded, they'll always shy away from thinking that someone can actually make a sustainable living from that. So I think it then becomes the responsibility of entrepreneurs such as myself, as well as the colleagues that I'm sharing the stage with, that we go into communities and actually share our journeys. And when I say share our journeys, it's because most of the times when an entrepreneur, you've become successful, they only see the good part of it, but they never hear about the obstacles and challenges that you have faced to actually get where you want to be. And I think that is also where the disconnect actually comes in with regards to entrepreneurship, where people don't understand that it is a journey and it's an ongoing journey, that you will have challenges and stumbling blocks around, along the way, but those stumbling blocks and challenges are actually a way to actually assist you in becoming a successful entrepreneur, because you do learn very imperative skills along the way. I don't want to call them failures, but the challenges or the failed businesses, the failed tasks, the failed strategies that you've used, they actually give rise to your creativeness, number one. You find other ways, and it can also become a way of you finding a different business venture in terms of that. So in essence, I think we need to become the change that we want to see in the world. It's a very common expression, but we need to deep dive into it and actually do it in a practical way.
All right, let me just add, in agreement, you know, every generation has to carry a load unsupported. I'm not disagreeing that there needs to be support, but our generation, it needs to carry a certain load. But now, this load is not apartheid. It's a different one, right? I have a saying that it is the easiest, quickest, and cheapest time in history to be an entrepreneur and an innovator, in a very technical sense. I remember when I registered my first company, I was still in university. I think the year was 2006. I would take a taxi. I stayed in Joburg then. I would take a taxi to come to Pretoria at the DTI, and then, you know, there used to be this individuals outside helping you register a company. I think all in all, plus transportation, everything, I paid 500, right? But now, just 2 weeks back, I registered a company within 24 hours. And within the next 6 hours, I had a bank account. And I paid all in all 175. So you see, it's the easiest, cheapest, and quickest time in history to be an entrepreneur. So we have it easier, right? So even now, if say you wanted to make shoes, 15 years ago, to make shoes, say in China, you needed to make about 1,000 units, a minimum order quantity. But because of innovation and technology, now you can just make shoes for a minimum order quantity of about 50 units. So it's actually cheaper today, it's easier and it's quicker to do all these things. So I think the load that even though we don't have support, we just have to carry it through. You've heard that now entrepreneurship will be taught across all these courses. So it's a process, and this process is going to make it easy, and it's going to make it a cultural thing. So ours now is just to carry the load until until it becomes such a culture for everyone.
No, thank you very much. I'm mindful of the time. I'm just going to ask the panelists the last question. But yeah, the issue of disciplines, it just reminded me, sometime last week I went to consult a doctor. I went to Intercare. While I was sitting there at the reception reading the material, they were celebrating 20 years. And when I checked the history, there they said the institution actually was started by 2 doctors. And look where they are now. It's a big institution. That's entrepreneurship. And I would imagine Medicross and many others, they are businesses, and they were started by few individuals at some point. The last question, I want us to touch on the training of educators and the curriculum. If one was to ask the question, are we having suitably skilled or trained people or educators to teach entrepreneurship in schools and able to inspire these learners to become entrepreneurs? I would imagine the answer will be no. And what do we do? And what kind of curriculum do we envision at school?
I think I'll just quickly shoot on that one. Look, we've already identified the problem as is. So definitely a lot of our educators are not skilled enough to be able to teach entrepreneurship. And so we definitely need to come up with, specialized programs that will equip and actually give our educators skill, because entrepreneurship is very dynamic. It's very complex. Unlike teaching history or geography or economics, it's dynamic in the sense that there's a lot of ambiguity around it. A lot of open-endedness, because every person's journey is different. There are different ways of taking on entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship career path, as opposed to science. There's a way of doing things. This is how things are done. So it's very easy to teach that. So with entrepreneurship, the types of skills, business skills, problem-solving skills, creativity, innovation, teaching that whilst you don't necessarily have the knowledge or even the experience, it may make it a bit more challenging, and especially because you would need to also be providing inspiration to the learners. As my colleagues have also said, that having somebody that can actually role model this to you, it makes it much easier for you to understand, have a better understanding, have that willingness to actually want to do something like that. So I definitely do feel that as part of teacher education training, some level of entrepreneurship as well as practical entrepreneurship needs to be integrated into that, so that they have a better understanding, and not just an understanding, but having physically being involved in that space, having experienced it from a practical perspective, to make it easier for them to impart their knowledge with the learners. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I agree fully. My point is that, when it comes to entrepreneurship, I think Rob touched on it, that there is a model that is there. Nurses, they do their training and then they get practical training. Doctors, they do their training and then they get practical training. Because you can't be a surgeon and go and operate on a patient when you have not actually done some practical work, and having somebody who's supervising you and monitoring and making sure that you are doing the right thing. So I also say that in the past we had vocational schools where they were teaching plumbing, carpentry, and all these things. And we've done away with all those things. Teaching, there were colleges of education where a student would be taught and then go and do practicals. I think that's the model. The model is there. We should have just, as things evolved, we should have just added entrepreneurship into it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, so I believe that departmental heads also need to follow as an example. I'll give you one of the examples that TUT actually does in the agriculture department, whereby they have their own farms where students can actually go and do practical work. But the produce that they get from those farms, they end up selling. So the department is essentially involved in some form of entrepreneurship. And I think as departments, there's obviously various businesses that you could undertake as a department, and then giving your educators certain roles in those business ventures that you would be undertaking as a department would give the educators practical experience on business. And those are things that they can essentially share with students in class. So if one of the educators is now in marketing or is in finance, those are things that they can actually be practically involved in. Even educators already at a level whereby they are teaching, it will be very hard to actually get them involved in any form of entrepreneurship courses. But if the department is involved in that and educators are given tasks to participate within those entrepreneurship tasks, I think those are things that as institutions you can essentially look into, and it would also be a great way to fundraise and support entrepreneurs that emerge from your departments.
All right. I think it can be 20% taught, but now the teaching you are presenting, here's the hypothesis or the business cases, and I think these are the frameworks you can follow to execute your business. But the main part, the 80%, I think it's curating experimental opportunities. Like, for example, this, right? I think lecturers' jobs in entrepreneurship education is curating opportunities like this. I think such events should be organized by the students, right? Getting them to do the actual practical work, and then the lecturer inviting people, like curating learning opportunities with entrepreneurs who are on the ground, who obviously are not educators, who are not educators 100% of the time. So just curating those, experimental opportunities and learning opportunities so that the learners can get different insights from the various entrepreneurs. And then with those insights, they then go and execute their entrepreneurial projects. I think the measure is based on outcome. You try the business, you build a website, you try to get clients for it, or you made a physical product, you try to sell it to people, and then did you fail, did you succeed? But now, that failure, that you succeeding, it's the actual outcome. It's where the learning actually happens. So in summation, I'm saying lecturers should curate opportunities for students to experiment and experiment with their entrepreneurial endeavors, and that's where I think the learning happens.
Okay. Thank you very much, colleagues. I think we are almost out of time, but the questions of training of educators and the curriculum, and I'm glad that we have got trainers here and students here. Maybe let me allow 2 comments and then the panel can wrap up. 1, 2.
I am Dr. Matthew Akimbino. First, I want to thank the organizer of this program for putting this in place at this point in time. I also want to appreciate the main speaker for all what he has said about the need, of course, to place entrepreneurship on the pedestal because it moves the economy. I also want to appreciate everyone who are the discussant panel here. I just want to chip in my contribution based on the word original.
Yes.
That is looking at the alphabet that makes up original. O, R, I, G, I, N, A, L. First, like Dr. Naledi mentioned, that at every stage, everybody must be involved. The parents must be involved. The educators must be involved, even up to when they get to university level. One, O represents open innovation. O represents originating. When you are a child and you are in your household, in research, it was known that every child has innovation trait in their DNA. Every child. But the problem is that it fizzles out depending on the environment they find themselves. Only about 2% were able to discover through their parents, through the teachers, that this child has innovating ability. And they're able to build on it and then showcase it before they get to the age of 25. When you talk about innovation idea, for example, there is what I call 3D. Parents must be able to discover the originality, the innovative ideas, the creativity of their child when they are still at home. Sometimes you find a child working on computer, working on laptop. Sometimes we ask them they should go and read their book. Rather than doing that, let's focus on what they like doing. And let's see how we can encourage them. That is about original, to find what is original in them, what they like doing. Okay? And when they also get to school, the environment must be open enough to allow for innovation. Anyone who wants to be creative, who have an idea, what must they do? What must they do? And how should the school authority take up those ideas and see how they can build it up? That is about O. The second one is R. That is research. You have an idea. You want to see how viable the idea is. Then you have to do research. Parents must also try to find out how they could help their child at home to find out how viable the idea, okay, is. In the same way, if they also need at school, you come out with an idea. School must be able to look at those ideas if there is a way, of course, they maybe make a suggestions to say, okay, these ideas, how do we help these particular learners, okay, to research into that idea to see how viable it is. Because it is one thing for you to have an idea, it's another different ballgame to see how viable the idea is. And that, of course, will be made possible by research. So parents can find a way of doing research on their own. The school also can find a way of doing research on their own. Okay. And once the idea is viable, the next thing is to say, okay, what do we invest into it? Okay. Invest in time, invest in money, invest in resources. Where do we get it from? Let me stop from there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, colleagues and everyone who's here. This is Mrs. Khatebe. I'm the entrepreneurship lecturer in the Department of Applied Management. Thank you to the panelists. I think what we need to look at is decolonizing the mind. If we can decolonize the mindset in terms of the subject choice and careers at an early age, that can also assist. Because nowadays, if you address our student, if you address our children, they don't think about entrepreneurship. The first thing they ask you is, really, can entrepreneurship be taught? That's what I got from my children. They were like, are you teaching entrepreneurship? Can it really be taught? Is it a subject? If we can have a shift in the mindset at an early age, I think that should involve the policymakers to say how to address this issue. That is the first thing that I wanted to bring to light. We are trying as the institutions. we have at Unisa the Entrepreneurial Hub that is also trying to bridge the gap between the theory and practice. Whatever that we are teaching our students, they can go to Entrepreneurial Hub and get the training that they need. I think I also want to challenge our students to say that if we send you something on the Moodle site, look at that information and be encouraged, come and attend all those things. We've been singing about Entrepreneurial Hub for a very long time, but then whenever we do have seminars like this, we only have got a small number of students who are attending. And we are saying that entrepreneurship should be a hub in every university. And if we can have innovation hubs at an early school, that can also assist, because not all our children are going to be entrepreneurs at the end of the day. So I think if we can maybe send the message across to say, let us have the innovation hubs at primary schools going up, that can also assist. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Because we are now closing, let's take the... Yes, and then I would like to have the last word from the students as well, if there is any, then we close.
I just wanted to say, you mentioned about parent support. This is short but kind of funny. I speak to my mum on FaceTime every Tuesday night in the UK. And every Tuesday night she says, when are you going to get a job like your brothers? Your brother's just had 2 weeks holiday in the Mediterranean. Blah, I earn 5 times more than my best earning brother, and she still doesn't get it. And so as we think about problems, I think we've got to think about what's a problem and what's a South African problem. And like my brother says, nobody will pay you that much for doing that for a job. I'm like, well, obviously they will. And so I just want to share it as a funny ending point for everybody that my mum still says the same thing, bless her.
Thank you very much. Any last comment from the students? Are you okay? Thank you very much. So those are the 3 comments. Parents need to invest in their kids' innovative abilities, decolonizing the mindset, and ensuring that we have got hubs in schools and universities. So while you're commenting on that, within a minute each, you also, what is the main message that you will also like us as the audience to take away when we leave here? Thank you.
Okay, entrepreneurship. I think as we are sitting here, maybe I was thinking about this this morning. And the question that normally comes about leadership, are leaders born or made? The same question I'm asking myself. Are entrepreneurs born or made? I suppose what we are saying is that a huge element of entrepreneurs are born. It's just natural that they start selling peanuts in the trains, in school, etc. And then they learn and graduate from there into something else. But I think what we are saying is that within us, there is an element of entrepreneurship. And the minute your mind is opened, you start to see, because entrepreneurship is about opportunities. You start seeing opportunities and you grab the opportunities. So I think what we are saying is let's open up a platform for opportunities so that those who have got that entrepreneurial flair, they can start thriving. The second one, I think we are moving, we are in the 21st century and will soon be going into the 22nd century. The needs of the 21st century and the needs of the 22nd century. We are in the 4th revolution, we'll be moving into the 5th revolution. So if we get into those stages and we are not ready, we will be caught with our pants down. So I think that's why it's important to have these type of fora so that we can start to look ahead. There's a lot of reaction at the moment because a lot of things have happened. I've alluded to some of them, like things like tenders, etc., which have actually killed entrepreneurship. But I think we don't need to wait for the government. We need to start doing something ourselves. The third and last question was research and availability of information. I think it's important to research whenever you get into any field that you want to venture into. It's important to research because you need to have a fine balance if you want to be successful.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Also, just for me, my last parting shot, I definitely do think that another element or a huge aspect to entrepreneurship, especially around, our kids, is definitely making sure that whatever problem or solution that they are trying to solve is aligned with their passion, their interest, and their values. I think that's something that is quite essential because ultimately that is also what leads to sustainable businesses, because as the business owner, you have this vested interest in your business, which is your purpose, your why. And our speaker actually alluded to that earlier to say, bringing the passion into the business is ultimately also what sets you apart. It is what gives you that resilience. It is what allows you to sleep under the desk when everybody else has gone home. It's because you have this idea that you believe in. It's something that you are so passionate about that you are willing to put in the time. So when the passion is not there and all you are chasing is entrepreneurship, it may not work, it may not be sufficient. So the passion behind it, the values and the interests that's aligned with who you are and your core is quite essential in making sure that your business becomes a sustainable over the long run. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. I'll repeat. We are in one of the best eras ever in the world. It's cheapest, quickest, and easiest time in history to be an entrepreneur and an innovator. So then it gives you a ground to play on, in that so many things that you want to do, you can actually do them and practice. So I implore you to actually practice because it's cheaper, it's easier, it's quicker. I remember I was judging a competition, is it a month ago, maybe a month ago, here at Unisa. Yes. And the diversity of concepts or businesses that people run, they were so impressive. Tech and environmental stuff, so many different things. When I was in university, the business ideas that we had, I wanted to be a DJ, I wanted to own a sound system or Chisanyama. So now it shows that we are in one of the best eras, in that young people have got all these different ideas. So I implore you to, go ahead and whatever idea you have, try it out. It's cheaper. Like whatever money you can lose out, it won't be more than you can drink on weekends, in a whole year. Yeah.
That was so funny. I want to just go back to some of the pointers that my colleagues actually shared, just to sum up our discussion. So one of the things that actually stood out for me was what Dr. Naledi actually said about a paradigm shift. So that is something that is evident, that I think we as young people in our generation, there has been that change in mindset. And I do believe that we just need to continue that and just impart it to the smaller generation. And then something that Mr. Tiseto also was actually saying was that entrepreneurship is actually one of the cheapest careers to enter into. You don't need NAFSAs, you don't come with student debts, but you actually do need to have some form of practical way that you are essentially doing it. So I think these forums are essentially very necessary, and I would just like to commend the Unisa team for actually inviting us as panelists that come from different spheres of life. And I also want to commend the students and educators that are actually here. And I trust that I think everything that we have discussed today, we have all received a paradigm shift that will ignite us to actually do practical things and seek within ourselves some of the successful competencies that you mentioned that a successful entrepreneur actually needs to have. So we've all discussed spheres of topics and given very vast opinions, and I do believe that with these kind of forums we will be the change that we want to see in the world and actually make entrepreneurship one of the most popular career paths that we as South Africans can actually embark on.
Just one thing, maybe just to inspire.
30 seconds.
I think there is another stereotype that we need to change, the word fail. There is nothing like failure. You haven't succeeded. So if you take a balance sheet, there are assets and there are liabilities, and you have to try and balance. And not all the time you'll have assets up there and liabilities down there. So business is like that. All the time you juggle around with that to find a balance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me conclude from my side. I just came across this 2020 policy for promoting micro and small enterprise for wealth and employment creation in Kenya. And I quote, "Entrepreneurial culture embodies values, beliefs, mindset, and behavior that promote or constrain individuals or communities in starting and operating business successfully. Entrenching entrepreneurial culture aims at gradually mitigating constraints related to these attributes at individual and community level to enhance job creation, improve survival rates of small micro enterprises, and inculcate the spirit of start small, grow big," close quote. Panelists, thank you very much for your participation on this important topic, and thank you, audience, for engaging and listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. Before you sit down, can we please, we have something to give you. Where's Whitney? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yes, and can I please have Professor Naidu come to take pictures with them as well? Thank you. Maybe in front of the table. Yeah. Dr. Manchiri. Before you go, can we have Mr. Rob just to come and take group picture? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As we can see, we started late, so we are way out of time. We're going to have lunch now for 30 minutes. Please go get lunch, and then after lunch, we're going to have the student entrepreneur showcase. Please, and can our speakers please start? Dr. Naledi, everyone, please start to go have lunch. Mr. Rob, I think they are calling your name there in the kitchen. Thank you. Media, please play music for us while we enjoy lunch. Thank you. Guys, please take pictures. Hashtag Student Entrepreneurship Week, okay? Here's a nice board, Unisa, take everything. just to get us in the mood, ne? Let's sing a song. Just to get us in the mood, ne? Let's sing a song. We just ate. The food is still there in the esophagus. Am I right? Where's the nurse? Is it the esophagus? Yeah? Oh, esophagus. Yes. The food is still up there. So while we are still waiting for other people to settle down, Dadentekele. Ay, Dadentekele. Guys. Energy. We are about to start. The train is moving. I need energy. Dr. Mako, I need energy. While people are still settling down, we are singing Dadentekele Sanamare. Are you ready? My students? They are ready. No, we are singing to push time because people are still busy in the kitchen. So I want everybody to come back here. Go on. All right. Dadentekele. Dadentekele. Mahadeb. Dadentekele. Tekele. Gerinta. Stand up. Then. Ke batla we apara. Ke tsabadi puo. Tsabatu. Adifeli. Kirelina Kaibatla. TUT, the boys. Sanam. Gitabadi Boo. Tabatu. Adifeli. Girinda. Denteke.
I don't know this.
Denteke.
Sanamare.
Denteke.
Samama.
Tekele.
Sanamare.
Dadentekele.
Tamamare.
Dadentekele.
Sanamare.
Dadentekele. Sanamare. Ya juto sanamare. Kerelina jaibat. Sanamare. Kibatla we apara.
Sanamare.
Kitabadi boo. Sanamare. Kabatu. Hadifel.
Zanamare.
Lina jaibat. Kibatla we apara. Sanamare. Kitabadi boo.
Sanamare.
Okay, give yourself a round of applause. I am glad to see that your vocals are working, but some of you don't think about going to idols, okay? Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So for those who don't know that song, normally it's sang during graduations when we celebrate that. It's like a cry that, Father, please buy me the, how do we, Sanamaren, yes. Yes, the Anamarena. So the Anamarena, it's a Basotho blanket. You see, during Heritage Day, Basothos, we wear the blanket. But in this context, it's like the graduation gown. So every time we sing that, it's in celebration of the graduation. So I just wanted to get everyone in the mood. I saw that people were laughing. Thank you for everybody who participated. Right. Now we are going to start with the student entrepreneur showcase. Each will have 10 minutes or less due to time. The next contestant is Ms. Hope Mapeto, who's the founder of Create Fuel. Her businesses, she's an entrepreneur. Her businesses are in biodiesel, farming and seedling. So I will allow her to showcase her business. She's the girl. Yes, I love it. She's the girl. She's one of, ladies and gentlemen, I love attention. My name is Makhanse, means light. So the light is on me. Makhatebe, can I have the attention? Can we please have super quietness so that when the speaker comes, we give them full attention? Ne? Thank you. Oh, you forgot your charger. Yes. So the next coming contestant, they won at the provincial level. So what happened is that they were competing with other students, other entrepreneurship students from University of Limpopo, University of Venda, University of Mpumalanga. So it means that in Unisa, we have the cream de la cream students, because we have 2 students that won the region, and then in November, next month, they're going to represent us at the national level with all other 26 universities in South Africa. So please, let's give a very, very warm welcome for Miss Hope. Halala, 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 the winner.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity that you've given me. I am Musa Hope Mapeto. I'm born in Limpopo, a rural community called Rampatlele. I am the founder of Great Fuel and Hopeful Seedlings. So we produce biodiesel from waste cooking oil. So my journey started back in 2018 when I was doing an internship at the University of Pretoria. And a friend of mine introduced me to social entrepreneurship. By that time, it was a buzz, and I didn't understand what was happening, but I wanted to be a social entrepreneur. And so at that time, Red Bull had this big initiative which they called Red Bull Amaphiko. And I told my friend that so we attended an event, and then afterwards I was like, you know what, I want to be a social entrepreneur. And I was coming towards the end of my internship at the University of Pretoria. I didn't figure out at that time what I wanted to do. And so during the holidays, I went back to Limpopo, and as I was with my peers, which I went to high school with, and so I figured out that why don't we venture into agriculture? Because they dropped out, majority of them, due to social economic factors. And I said, agriculture is not a train smash, does not need us to, to be intellects. Let's just venture into agriculture. So when my internship ended, we got into agriculture, and we were doing well, actually. So we were 15 youth in the community. We were planting spinach. We're specializing in spinach, with the vegetable crops, supplying to our local spa. And because we do not have any experience, I had to get a mentor that I had to job shadow, and an extension manager in the agricultural sector. And so so we were working in a backyard. So when the extension manager came on site, he told us that, I hope you actually have a great team, but we cannot fund you or help you because your space is small. And I spoke to my grandfather at that time, and he gave me an inheritance of 4 hectares for me to grow into. And afterwards, I was supposed to be applying for the grant for the funding now to go to establish the 4 hectares. So this is where the problem began. I did my application, and I was supposed to be submitting to the Department of Agriculture, local. And so this senior, they said, no, please come in a bit later to come and, put in your application. When I went there, he asked me, how desperate are you for this application to go through for the funding? But I said, according to what I was naive at that time. I said, but according to what I'm doing such a great thing, and I'm actually there to help the community. And he told me that, but it's not for the community, but if you understand, you'll come back later and tell me how desperate are you. And I did not understand. Fast forward, I forfeited the funding because of, being a woman in this industry due to sexual favors. I didn't get that. So I thought that, okay, that was the close of the chapter. Let me focus on the private sectors to look for funding, right? And so that guy was not done with me. He went and told the youth that by that time I had won a competition with SME business partners for the best regional business plan competition. So I was recognized at Capricorn FM. So that guy from the Department of Agriculture then said, you know what, went to the youth that I was working with, not in my presence, and said, you know that we have funded Hope. And they said, but the applications are still open. I don't know, but we have funded Hope already. No wonder that he has been published at the Capricorn News. So they were angry now, and I did not have a backup story because he sold a good story that he gave me money, and that is why I won the business partners competition. So you know what, by that time we were harvesting spinach, our crops ready to be sold. And so they came with wheelbarrows. They just formed a gang. They came with wheelbarrows, came into the backyard, so they're just taking everything, harvesting. I was looking at them. And for me, it was a breaking point, and I asked myself that, what happens from here? And because of, I said, you know what, let me leave the Department of Agriculture, everything fell apart. And then there was this incubation program called it was called Seed Academy Accelerator for Women in the industry. And for me, I was like, you know what, let me start again from scratch and then apply for this opportunity. And that is where I'll then grow the 4 hectares land. That was the plan. So they called me in for an interview, and then they said to me, we are being sponsored by Shell Petroleum, and if we are being sponsored by Shell Petroleum, we need a business in the long term which will then have to supply Shell Petroleum in years to come. And so when I was doing my networking in the rural community, because I needed to make a network with businesses within the community, what I wanted to do, I only got to find out that there were actually businesses that would buy waste cooking oil from restaurants, just clean it, take out the impurities, and then sell it to the vulnerable households, because cooking oil is expensive. So I did see that, but I did not pay much attention to it. So when I was in the interview, that thought came to mind, and I said, but you know what, I can actually do biodiesel with the waste cooking oil. And then they asked me, what do you know about biodiesel? I was actually honest with them to tell them that I don't know anything about biodiesel. They said, go do your research, come back to us, and we'll tell you if you're into the program or not. I went, did my research, and then I found out about the biofuels business incubators facilities, where they actually train the youth in doing biodiesel. And I came back for an interview. I said, you know what, on the technical side, BBI will assist me, because they were more of the, how to mentor you into growing your business. And that is how my journey started with biodiesel, right? So, in the process, whilst I was still in training, then I became part of the Red Bull Amaphiko program. So with the Red Bull Amaphiko program, you get your own PR, your own legal team, your own finance team. So, but it actually killed me to a point that I had my own PR. With PR, they actually put you out in the limelight, out in the front, that there's this young lady doing this exceptional thing for the community. And by that time, I was still in training. For me, at first, it did not have a problem, because that is what we want, right? A recognition. And I was in the limelight. But this is the depression, the disadvantage that came with everything in the limelight. So the first experience that I had, it's people within the community that would say, by that time I was not driving, so a person bumped into me in a taxi. I'm like, Hope, when I come taxiing, like, you're in a taxi with all the publicity that you're getting. And everybody in the taxi turns and looks at me, and then this person tells them, Hope does this and this and this and this exceptional work, goes to Google, and this is the person. And for me, it was like, you know what, God, I'll get there. Slowly but surely, I'll get there. And for me, and then I was published in Drum Magazine, and then I get a call from this company, and then they say, hi, Hope, can we have a meeting with you? And I'm like, oh, okay, it's in regards with what? They said it's in regards with waste cooking oil. By that time, I was actually excited, because Shell Petroleum now was saying to me that, Hope, we actually want a supply of the biodiesel. And the main challenge now is that I do not have sufficient cooking oil. So for me, I was like, oh, the dots are actually connecting together, because I'm going to have a meeting with people who will actually be supplying me with bulk cooking oil. The next day, I go to the mall, I meet up with the guys. So it's 2 guys. It's a black guy and a white guy. So they sit down with me, and they say, Hope, you know what, we actually love what you're doing, but you are in our territory. And I said, oh, how so? They said, you know what, our job is actually to supply clean cooking oil to the restaurants, right? But we also collect it back as waste cooking oil. And I said, but yes, I know your company. Your company, what it does is that it provides with a clean cooking oil to restaurants. There's nothing on your website that says that you guys are collecting back the dirty cooking oil. They said, that, but you don't want to upset us. They actually gave me a list of the malls that I shouldn't go to and the restaurants that I shouldn't go to. And they say to me that this is our territory. And only, okay, I later got to find out that these people are only supplying the waste cooking oil to Zimbabwe because of they have food security issues. All right? And they say to me, but we want to work with you. And I said, how? They said, you are young, you are black, you are very driven, energetic in the industry. There's some departments that we cannot penetrate, the government departments and some hotels, because of the BE status, but we want you to be our person, our front person. And I said, what do I benefit from that? They said, only a commission, you use your own transportation. And I said, I can't. They said, okay, then don't come into our territory. You'll upset us. And I was depressed. And by that time, you know, the fortunate part is that COVID came in because I was very depressed. I'm like, this is my why. You know, I want to be the woman that actually breaks, you know, this industry, the male-dominated industry. And at that time, that's when I decided to, or before I decided to enroll for a law qualification, then I get another media radio interview with Metro FM, right? And then I get called by this funding institution. They say to me that, Hope, we heard you, they were talking about this on Metro FM. Can we please fund you? Please bring your business plan. I said, it's not a problem. I went there, gave them my business plan, told them about my business. So the guy, they said, but I don't really understand biodiesel, it's new to me. But I said, okay, it's fine. How about we go to BBI, where I got my training, and then you actually get to see the type of facilities, the machineries that actually I want and how everything will run, right? And he said to me, no, it's not a problem. Actually, you know what, I'll go tomorrow. Don't worry, you're still an entrepreneur, you don't have money. I said, okay, good shot, thank you. And he went there, he went to BBI. After he came to BBI, after 2 days, he called me and said to me, Hope, I'm back from BBI, can we have a meeting now in regards with your funding? I went there, and when I got there, he told me that, Hope, I have the good news and the bad news. I said, let's start with the good news. What's the good news? So with the good news, he told me that, you know what, Hope, this industry is not for CCs and it's not for females. I suggest that you give me 50% of your business, I run the company and you work in the background. And I said by that time, my company does not have a value, so I do not understand what do you mean if I give you my 50%. And he said, it's for the sharks, they'll swallow you before you even start. And by that time, remember, I was intimidated a week before by those guys. And now I'm getting this story from a different guy also. And for me, that was when I decided that, you know what, I'm letting go, you know. And because for me, I'm letting go of the entrepreneurship space. Because do you know what the parents, they say, like, go find work, you'll die for nothing. Don't be a staring Hope, you know. Time is going. And for me, now everything is coming back in mind. Do I actually want to do this? You know, coming back to my why. Do I actually want to do this? And so you know, COVID actually helped me to regroup, to find myself, to find my purpose, to find my why. Or why am I in this entrepreneurship space, you know? And that is when I said, if I had a brother, I would tell my brother, go fight for me. Go fight the big sharks. But I don't have a brother. And, you know, with this great opportunities that are coming, I'm actually now afraid. I have anxiety. What if those people will use me? I also even stopped PR with Red Bull. I said, I don't want anything that has to do with interviews because it comes with depression. Nothing good is coming out from it, you know? And they actually gave me counseling in regards with that. And that is when I got into enrolling for a law degree. I'm doing my last year. I'm doing my 4th year. And then fast forward to where am I now? So I believe in prayer. I believe in God, and I'm grateful for where I am now because it's a different story now. So it was in June this year. It was in June this year where a friend of mine said, Hope, there's an agricultural project and I want to put you into the incubation program. They give you stipends and. I said, oh, please, it's not a problem. I've been meaning to go back, but I wanted a different approach because I don't want to work with government anymore, and especially with that guy being in position now, still in position. And so he said, okay, she said, okay, I'll connect you with the person who's in charge, and she'll call you and enroll you into the incubation program. I said, it's not a problem. So when the person called me, she said to me that, Hope, we'd love you to go back into agriculture. And it's not a matter of you giving you a stipend, but so the company is actually Africa Tikkun. They said, please select 30 youth in your community and train them in sustainable agriculture. We'll give them stipends for a period of 9 months. So for me, it was, I don't have any resources, I don't have anything, but it became, it's for the community. I am doing it. I'll figure out the resources as I go. I don't have them, but this is my space that I love. I'm going back into agriculture. And so fast forward, it's looking good. So yes, we have a greenhouse. It's not proper, but we're doing good. We are currently, oh, and with the team that I have now, I would say that initially when we started, remember, they're all looking at me. We are under-resourced, and it's more like I don't know what I'm doing, you know? And they're looking at me, I'm looking at them. And so it's a matter of, I had to train them to ask for help from, one thing that I value in the business industry, create good relationships, do not burn bridges. Because when you do not have anything, I can call a friend, my friend, I need this help. And then they'll pull through for me, because I know that I also pull through for them in whatever aspect that they need. So I said to one of my friends who's good in facilitating and in personal development, and I said, you know, I have a team, but they are more like robots. They're looking at me, and I'm looking at them. If I don't say anything, they're not creative, they're not sharp, you know. And my friend said to them, you know, the first thing that you can do, play 30 seconds and Monopoly with them, instill entrepreneurship mindset in them. And I'm still busy for now, but I'll come back to them and cook them. And I said, good. So in the period of, in those periods, we were just busy with self-development and cooking them and making sure, today as I speak, okay, and then now we were harvesting spinach and seedlings are forever ready to be sold, right? And I spoke to them that with my previous experience, we would sell our spinach to your retail stores, your Boxer, your Pick and Pay, and your Spar. And so, do you know, I don't like selling to retail stores. Let me tell you why. It's because, you know, a rubber band, right? It's this big when you stretch it. So your spinach has to fill the rubber band without you bending it twice, you know. Don't make it double. It has to be filled in. And they take it for R8, not considering that there's transportation. Luckily enough, there's no people that I'm paying because they're being paid stipend by a different institution. So for me, I told them that story. And then, so now they've been cooked, I don't have much to worry about. Then they said to me, but we are 30. And with us being 30, it's fine. We can go out in the streets and do the selling. You don't have to, with whatever the remaining amount from it's R8, but the remaining amount that makes in 15 rand, we can buy more resources, seedling trays, soil, and actually fund back to our business. So now as I was speaking today, they were calling me that we actually sold 200 bunches today at 15 rand. I'm like, oh guys, I am so blessed to have you. And in regards with the Grateful business, God did well. God did wonders. I've been funded. The funding that I've been waiting for 3 years has been approved last week. And and so I couldn't be consistent initially at BBI because of that. We were taking turns with the other incubates. So this week I'm doing production, this week I'm not doing production. And I'm actually excited that now we're going to be consistent with our production. And one thing that I'll actually ask from Unisa is that at the end of the 9 months program with the youth, I know most of them wouldn't be into farming, wouldn't be into doing this, but I would actually want Unisa to come through and instill an entrepreneurship mindset in them. Because one thing that they've also did, 5 of them already have registered their business, and I'm actually mentoring them, and 6 of them have actually enrolled into Unisa for this, because they see, oh, you're getting the benefits from Unisa. I'm like, go to school, go back to school. That is what I'm telling them. So I'd actually love a collaboration with Unisa, and to say that, guys, here's a rural community that we want to create a rural economy within ourselves, that at the end of the 9-month program, we are actually a business hub within ourselves, so that they don't go back looking for work, but it's us that's creating work. Because I remember when I called in an application to get this 30 people, we had to close the application within an hour because we put out the application out there. Within an hour, 246 people had applied. I said, can we close everything? Let's do the evaluation on who are we taking. Imagine a community of the 46 people in the community are unemployed. How about we actually establish this 30 so that they can also create jobs within for that other 246 people. So that is my journey. Thank you.
Guys, did you hear that? I'm wowed. You know, this is what Mr. Rob is not here. When he said entrepreneurship, it's like getting blows after blows. She has been through it all. Hope has seen it. People threatening her, saying, no, you don't deserve to be in this market. Like, when she was busy telling her story, I was like, wow, Haibo. How? And because of her faith, even, I can't remember, but one of the speakers spoke about having something to rely on so that when it gets tough, you know, what do you believe in? What sustains you? Because you need something to sustain you. So well done, Hope, for preserving. Now you see why she deserves to go to the finals? Mm-hmm. She deserves it. You deserve it. Well done. Yes. Now, the next coming one, the Student Entrepreneur Showcase, who won as well at the Northern Region, is Mr. Katlao Mukhopodi, who's the Managing Director of Mukhopodi Adventures. Now, with Mukhopodi Adventures, I know he will tell his story. But right now, I'm challenging you to get on your smartphones, go to Instagram, get on your smartphones, hold your phones, go to Instagram and search for Mukhopodi Adventures. Follow the page. I want to see everyone. Instagram, follow the page. You will see the amazing things that Katlaho's company does. He has partnered with KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, Sun City, and so forth. They do quad biking. I get it, we take vacations. We take vacations, right? They have packages as well. We need to support each other. So that's why I'm saying follow him. Sometimes they have a package that you'll find that it's cheaper. You want to go to a certain place, but you don't know how to get there. Katleho is your guy. And you will see he's even wearing his business. That's what I love about our student. Now, can we please welcome Mr. Katleho Mukhopodi on the stage?
Good morning. When you're a Christian, it's always morning. All right. I'd love to start first by acknowledging Mama Kante, our program director, Dr. Manchidi, Dr. Ntavileng, Mr. Sambo. Sorry if ever I don't know you and you're a doctor. Apologies, but I'd love to say all protocol observed. My name is Katleho Ruben Mukhopodi, and as a speaker, as the last speaker of the day, yeah, my story is just going to shock you. So I'll just be as plain as possible with it. So my journey, so I'll start from being from when I was still young. So I was born and bred in Rustenburg, and when I was growing up in primary school, I was the naughtiest. You won't believe it. I was the naughtiest in primary school, and you know, my mother was a teacher. But every time when she had to go for a parents' meeting, they would say that your child is the worst. So you can imagine, because I was very disruptful in class. Moving on to high school, I was still naughty. So until a point in time where 2014, I lost my father. So when I lost my father in 2014, life had to hit home. Life had to come back. Life had to open my eyes while I was still young. I was still doing my grade 9. And when I lost my father, I became depressed. I became depressed. They tried taking me to psychologists. They tried taking me to mental institutions because I was losing weight. I was losing focus. My best friend, which even today is still my best friend, his parents were going through a divorce. So guess what we did? We were still in grade 9. November, what we did, we bought a Russian bear. And we didn't even know what a Russian bear does and how to mix it. I'm being honest. I want you to understand how I grew up, because it's part of the journey as well. So we bought the Russian bear, and we went to school that day, 5 a.m., and we wanted it to be finished by 7 a.m. so that we can go to class. So we didn't even know how you mix. So we thought that you put more Russian bear and you just color with the Coke. So we were just coloring. So the more we felt that burn, we said, yeah, it's entering. Guess what? I didn't see how that day ended. So we hit a blackout. But moving forward, we're not suspended. That's how our eyes got opened, and that's where I met God. Because from a young age, we've been going to Sunday school, but we've been knowing about God, but we didn't meet Him. So that's why I got the opportunity to just give my life to Jesus. And after that, moving forward, my life started now opening up. So grade 11. I wasn't an A student, by the way. So grade 11, there I am. I'm at the awards ceremony. So I learned a skill at church, which is for cameras. You know those churches where they have TVs. So I learned the skill there. Then grade 11, I bought my small camera. I bought myself a small camera. And I would see these guys at the taxi ranks. They would have CDs going for 10 rands, or rather DVDs going for 10 rands. And I would ask myself, where do they get these? Who are these guys' suppliers? So I was still in grade 11 at that time. So I decided now to start getting my own camera. After I got my own camera, I started shooting awards ceremonies. Remember the school award ceremonies? The parents want memories. I was only getting an award for LO. Guess what? So I was like, during the whole moment, I must stand there like my brother there and just record. The next week, I'm selling each CD for 10 rand. That time, I'm still in high school. All right. Then fast forward, I finished. Me and my best friend, I became the head boy of the very same high school I got a blackout at. And he became my deputy head boy at the very same school. So fine, fast forward, we got now to varsity. By the way, my friend now, he has a qualification in diesel mechanic. I went to study electrical engineering at the Tshwane University of Technology. So I got the second year. I decided to enter into student politics, SRC. There I am, okay, leadership. So I have numbers now. So now I want to leverage these numbers into entrepreneurship. Guess what I did? I was still naughty. I asked the taxi drivers, how much do you charge to Gold Reef City? I asked now the Gold Reef City people, how much do you charge? Then I just increased amounts without even knowing markup, how to mark up. And people were buying, and they were going with me to trips. I would combine it and make it a package and say, transport included, entrance included, let's go to Gold Reef City. Guess what? You have 5,000 of NSFAS, you will go with me, whether you like it or not. So that's how now we started. When it's spring now, we further went on now to water parks, day tours. I was specializing with day tours. That time, I'm an electrical engineering student. I didn't study tourism, I didn't study business. It's a side hustle. On the weekends, that's what I'm doing. Fine, we fast forward. People now start calling me now. They say, Ish, we just need one night. Can you organize one night in Mpumalanga? I'm like, guys, now you are trying me now. I don't know now where to go. Can you organize us a weekend getaway? Ish, now I don't know what's even an itinerary. I don't even know where to start. So eventually now I started doing my research. It took most of my heart. The tourism space took most of my heart, and I was still doing electrical engineering. So I finished with electrical engineering in 2022. Come 2023, I'm unemployable. It's difficult. In a mining city in Rustenburg, I am unemployable. Fine, I got depressed. This is last year. I got depressed, so last year it wasn't my happy year. I had to go back home. I had to sit at home like everyone else. So I was sitting at home like everyone else. You know, when you pass, by just passing people, you can already feel that they're talking about you. He went to varsity, but he's still the same as us. You know, those thoughts are there, you know, the negativity, but that's when I went back to church. That's when I went to renew my faith again. That's when the only thing that kept me going was the Thursday service and the Sunday service. I wouldn't want to miss those because they are the ones that gave me positivity. Those services are the ones that ensure that I get hope for the next future. So fine, same last year, I entered into an enterprise and supplier development through Anglo American. So they took me in after I applied. That's when now I started taking my company serious. Because before it was just a side hustle. But then during the incubation, we started now formalizing my company. I started now getting regulations. I started getting all affiliations. So with Anglo American during the process, they would see that my business plan works, just that I was undermining myself. So fine, during that process, we trade again now. We are back to square one. I'm a one-man show. You know, I do everything. I do the marketing, all social media platforms. I have to post. I have to do now the HR. I'm the manager at the same time. I have to learn again about the industry, you know, events. I have to learn more. Fine, we move forward. And I get to now understand that, you know, most of us, we don't get information. Information is out there, but we put ourselves behind. And it is that time that once you step into that stage of getting information, that's when now your things will start to open up. Same time last year, once we traded, we were nominated for the top travel and tourism brand, where they were checking business plans by Standard Bank. And guess what? We won that as the top travel and tourism brand that is youth-owned by Standard Bank. And I saw that this was my first award. This year, the whole year I was going around with it. I was like, hey. So we won as the top travel and tourism brand. And as time further went on, this year we started now attending industry-related events. We were recognized by the National Department of Tourism. They first took us through the Meetings Africa. So they called international buyers. We call them end users, so that they can come and look into tourist travel agencies, tour operators in South Africa, so that we can sell South Africa as a travel destination. By that time, I don't own any vehicles. I'm so stressed, but they were covering everything. All the expenses were covered. And remember that after the incubation, Anglo American ensured that we have all the compliance. So fast forward, we also got invited. Africa's Travel Indaba. We were exhibiting there. And I was the youngest entrepreneur there because I was aligned to what was needed. Remember that we got our GDS, we call it the GDS. So our company currently, we offer global flights, global car rentals, and global hotels. So you are able to book those through us at a discounted rate. We don't just end there. So we further now said, let us specialize. By that time, during this time, I was alone. I'm talking about this year. First half of the year. So fine, after Meetings Africa, I get a call to Namibia to come and pitch my company at the Africa Youth in Tourism Innovation Summit that took place in Windhoek. And when I got there, I was there for 2 weeks. When I came back different. I came back a new man. I came back thinking differently. That circle that I used to have, I was like, the most expensive commodity is time. Sorry, I'm behind. I have to rush 20 years ahead. So when I came back, I got to do my research. I researched about the youth employment stimulus and how they can best assist my company, because I was a one-man show. Remember, I had to do everything. So I approached them. Then Anglo American, since they're the ones that incubated me, I said, guys, I have a working business plan, but I don't have staff. and I can't afford staff. They said, okay, fine, Katlego, we will give you salaries of 12 months, including yourself, for free. You don't owe us anything. Through the years program. So I got 10 learners in Rustenburg. When I saw that it's working currently now in Gauteng, Pretoria, I have 3. And now in Mpumalanga, we have 2. Currently now we are working on the Eastern Cape because the Eastern Cape has a lot of hidden gems, but it's not yet marketed in terms of tourism. So through the years program now, I have over 14 young people employed full-time, working in various departments. Your marketing department, by the way, I don't do social media posts anymore. I don't even know now what's posted. so as that happened, we got to ensure that how do we upskill these young people? I love what Hope said, that we need to train them so that they don't just get a job. So I spoke with Summit next to the hotel there where I think we were booked at. Summit, so they run skills development programs. So I said, okay, how about these learners that work under my company? 50% of them, 1 week in, they come to work for experiential learning. Then 1 week, they spend time with you learning about general administration so that at least they can get a qualification, NQF level 4, so that after the program, I might absorb 50% of them with qualifications. Remember that most of them didn't have qualifications. Most of them studied tourism. Most of them studied marketing and IT. So it's different departments, but most importantly, we need to upskill our young people. Our young people lack skills, and that's the only way which we can bridge the gap, through skills development. Then, fast forward, going forward, I opened an electrical engineering company, Mopahanam Projects and Services. That's my baby. Because I was like, I studied electrical engineering, why am I not using the qualification? So I was like, let me start it. Guess what? The industry regulations, the red tape is too high compared to the tourism space. They're telling me about your electrical wireman's license, but I can wire this place in J, but I won't do it. I only do it when you call me Dr. Ntabile. Don't tell people that I do wiring, because I don't have, because the industry regulations are way too much. They want to acquire that. They want a lot of industry regulations or rather compliance. So currently we just do supply for one of the mines in Rustenburg, which it's going quite well, but in terms of passion and love for the company, the tourism one takes the cup. The tourism one takes the cup. As much as I studied electrical engineering, as much as we say passion should be aligned to our companies, I say that no, you should actually focus on whatever that you think the day before, the morning, during the day, even at night. If you say, hey, please take me, I can make an itinerary now out of my head. You tell me what you want, I'm able to build it out of my head. And through that process, I was actually able now to reach where I am today. And, you know, I was able now to also be recognized by the province. So I got nominated and elected from the previous Tourism Business Council of South Africa as the Northwest Youth in Tourism Board Chairperson for Northwest. So this year. So it has been just an amazing journey, and currently now we want to ensure that how do we best cover the skill gap between student chapter, those learners studying tourism, how do they move to become young professionals? And also those young professionals, how do we upskill them to become board of directors? Because you need to understand that before, I was telling my mother that before they were the ones looking for jobs, but currently we should be the ones creating jobs. So my mother, I wish Dr. Rob was here. I would tell him that, you know, my mother before the company was last year when I said that I'm focusing on the company, and they were expecting, the whole family were expecting that you become a millionaire tomorrow, but it's impossible. So it was a bit stressful as well, because remember that the environment as well, they're expecting certain things from you. Others are asking, but you are from the Royal Bafokeng Nation, why can't you become an engineer at one of the mines? And I'm telling them that, it's not that easy as you think. I tried even buying a job. I hope you cut that, cameraman. I got scammed, by the way. On that, because you remember that you are desperate. Remember that the survival mode says to you that you should be working. You should be that engineer that drives around in big cars. When you get to the club, they need to know that it's you. You are the big man. But God didn't have that plan for me. God had a different plan for me. Had a different plan for me. And currently now I'm mentoring SMMEs in Rustenburg through Pakamani Learning Solutions. So we mentor SMMEs because most of the SMMEs, they get trainings, they get incubated, but they lack mentorship. They lack someone that will follow up on them. They lack someone that will hold them by the hand. So they are in different industries. And remember that I'm not a teacher, but I am rating every hour I am with an SMME. And Sibanye Stillwatermine pays me for advising that learner. Whether I'm advising them on business management, whether I'm advising them on funding opportunities, whether I'm advising them on marketing, I rate for that amount. So, in conclusion, I just wanted to say that we need the private and the public partnerships together. On our own, we cannot. On our own as SMMEs, we cannot. The public sector, our government on their own, they cannot make it. They need the private partners as well. And the private partners, I was actually presenting this at Anglo-American to say that, your CSI and other mines CSI are similar, but you are not combined, you are not collaborating. Remember that if we can collaborate as a one workforce, we will be able to have greater results. So today I'm calling upon all public and private partnerships to come on board to say that how do we best create opportunities for our young people? How best do we upskill our young people? By the way, I also got elected as the Black Management Forum Northwest Young Professionals Chairperson, so I ensure that all our young people in the province become equipped. We are developing managerial leadership, whether it's for entrepreneurs, whether it's for those working in companies and they are looking forward to venture into becoming into the management or rather senior positions. We ensure that we incubate them because we need more board of directors. We need more young black representation in everywhere, in every space. We need young people to the forefront. I thank you. Thank you.
Hi. Halal, guys, am I the only one who feels like I'm here? Yo, all these stories are inspiring, and what I love about them is that they tell us as it is, the rawness. His mistakes. He thought Russian bear is Drinko Pop or Sherbet. Gandhi, no, he doesn't know. Russian bear is not Drinko Pop, it's not Sherbet, it's not Lucky Packet, but it's not for the kids either, So, no, we need, they're gonna come here to the front, please. So, yes, guys, can we, I'm going to do it the African way. Is this on? Mike. My check? Yes, I'm going to do it the African way. Everybody, please stand up. Everybody, please stand up. We are in a celebratory mode. Ne? Are we all up? Are we all up? Now, on the count of 3, ne? We are celebrating these 2 individuals that have seen the most. They've conquered, they cried, they persevered. Now they are employing people. They are solving the unemployment that we have. They are contributing to the economic growth. So, on the count of 3, if you can do flate, what is it called in English? Whistle, thank you. Oh, yes. If you can whistle. If you can shout. We are celebrating them. If you can Didieza, ululate. Ululate. If you can, what do they call it? Yes, if you can gita. There's no English name for that, ne? Yes. Yes. If you can gita, I want everyone, we need to celebrate these young people that have conquered it all. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Come to the stage, come to the stage, come to the stage. Katleho, come to the stage. Yeah. Come, yes. Hi, man. Yeah. Dr. Manchidi, please come take a picture. Professor Naidu, please. And then they will take a picture. Huh? And then we continue ululating. Yes. I know. They're hard workers. The conquerors. Hi, man.
Lastly, can I kindly be nominated for a doctrine? Honorary doctrine? Because I'm pressured. I was looking at Dr. Mahosi. I said, Unisa has young doctors. When will I reach there? Thank you.
Unfortunately for that, Katleho, you don't apply. Come study. But yes, guys, man, this was such a beautiful day. This was such a beautiful day. And I would like to thank the committee that organized this. Dr. Ntabele, Dr. Brian, Witumelo, I don't know where she is, I can't see her, Whitney, and you, everybody who was in here, doing this. And also supporting our students. You know, Lisedi earlier on, well, Dr. Nduna. Yes, please, don't say Lisedi, Dr. Nduna, please. Earlier on spoke about support. That's one of the biggest elephant in the room, you know. It's so beautiful to see that our university supports its own students, you know. We heard from Hope that because of the kids in the community, they see how Unisa supports her. Now, we have 5 students that are coming because they saw something. One of the panelists spoke about that before you dream, I think it was Riabezwi. Before you dream, you need to see something, you know. So now because they see how the university is supporting them, and they are enrolled now. Now for closure and reflections, I am going to call Professor Naidu, who is the chair of the Department of Operation Management, to do that. Can we please give him a round of applause? We are Africans.
No, thank you so much. Round of applause for all of our speakers, please. I think they did a fantastic job today. My name is Professor Sugendra Naidu. I'm from the Department of Operations Management, and I'm representing the school director, that's Prof. Nenchilela. We are from the School of Public and Operations Management. Prof. T.E. Nenchilela was really looking forward to attending this Student Entrepreneurship Week. However, due to illness, was not able to attend today. He has apologized. So, in reflecting, so what lessons should we learn from today's discussions? I think we must follow a partly new approach to make South African entrepreneurs more successful and reduce the failure rates of businesses in the future. Training components include how to be proactive, how to actively set and implement goals for one's business and plans with a long-term focus and time management, as well as being innovative and generating new ideas as Mr. Rob Yates has indicated. So, what should we do to strengthen South African SMMEs? Of course, there are many answers to this question. Here are a few quick ones that I think are worth considering. Firstly, there's a need for further research to build a more research-based entrepreneurial knowledge system that will provide empirical evidence of the effects of factors that impact on entrepreneurial behavior, performance, and effectiveness. Also, we need to start massive entrepreneurship training initiatives in all 9 provinces. The training should deal with aspects of personal initiative, innovation, and action strategies with action learning and action training approach, because we know that this strengthens the business performance of entrepreneurs and will create more employment. Ultimately, what matters most is that we combine strategies in an effective and constructive manner, reap the benefits and we should reap the benefits as a country. Apologize. So in summary, I would like to thank the keynote speaker, Mr. Rob Yates. I think essentially what he's indicated, if you love what you do, you will never work a day in your life. I would also like to thank the panel members, Dr. Neledi Gallant, Ms. Ria Dia, Mr. Sonta Ngobo, Mr. Tsetso Maloma, who have contributed to the academic discourse and advancing the agenda of entrepreneurship. Also, Ms. Hope Mapetu and Mr. Katleko Mokopori, Student Entrepreneurship Showcase. It was awesome. It was a breathtaking and energy-packed insight was fantastic. I think you guys have added a different type of energy in closing this Student Entrepreneurship Week. The organizing staff of the event, the Department of Applied Management, the program director, Ms. Memareki, for a great hosting and facilitation of this session. It was awesome. Thank you so much. I think she did a fantastic job. Also, Dr. Marco, for delivering the welcome address on behalf of the acting ED, Dr. M.T. Mashichaba. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Also, the technical support and catering staff, the lunch was sumptuous. Thank you very much. Attendees, without you, it would not have been a successful event. Lastly, thanks to the Department of Applied Management under the leadership of Dr. Manchiri for advancing the academic agenda in entrepreneurship in South Africa and Africa as a whole. Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. For that, I close the session this afternoon. I thank you for staying the extended time. And I'm sure we all had a fantastic day today. And we look forward, Dr. Manchedi, under your leadership, that we continue this and engage with our students. And it was really, really nice. I think more of these student showcases are really welcomed. And both Ms. Hope and Mr. Katleko, they are really brand ambassadors for the entrepreneurship department or section. And we should use them as a platform to showcase what entrepreneurship is in South Africa as it is. Thank you very much.
you.